Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session this afternoon where we are all gathered um, to pay our last respects to the many of our beloved sister EJ, as she was known, Everjoice. My name is Gayson Mawarire. I'm one of EJ's brothers, one of the many of EJ's brothers. Um, we are a very big family. If you look at the bulletins that are on your tables, uh, we are a very big family with 3+ surnames. So that surname that you know, Win, is just but one of the surnames that we have. So you see the bulletins have 3 surnames: Mawarire, Fambisai, Win, Dari. Those are the 3 surnames that we have. So the people that you might meet as you'll be introducing each other to one another, someone might tell you, my name is so and so, and my surname is Mawarire. You know that person is also a Win. You know that person is also a Dari. That person is also a Fambisai. So don't be puzzled. We are a very, very big clan. Um, so today, as we await other people that are still on their way, because really our program is running on time, um, that is the EJ that we all know. That is the EJ that we have always known. So today we're going to be celebrating her life. We're going to be celebrating her life. I know it's pain. I know it's a pain that is going through each and every one of us. But however, um, we are a Christian family, so bear with me. I know we have different religions. I'm going to speak from a Christian perspective. I do respect other religions that are here, um, but I will just speak from a Christian perspective. Um, One thing that I have learned to know and understand about life, one thing that I have learned to know and understand about life is that it belongs to God. That's one thing that I have learned to understand about life. It belongs to God. And with that understanding that life belongs to God, we need to celebrate life. Every time we are given an opportunity to celebrate life to its fullest. Because we all don't know the day and the time that that life will be taken away from us. And when it is taken away from us, it goes back to whoever has given us life. And from a Christian perspective, God gives life. So we believe that EJ's life has gone back to the Maker. EJ's life has gone back to God. So today, we want to just celebrate his life. We just want to celebrate his life. God gave her 60 good years of living. There are not so many these days, there's not so many who will be able to reach that age. Not so many reach that age, but God's grace allowed EJ to reach as much as 60 years. That's his grace. We will celebrate life with her today. We'll celebrate life with her today. Um, we will continue. We are still, this is just but an introduction as we continue to await other people to come in. And if you look at your program, very soon the body will be going through the back and getting into the wall. So we will continue to reflect as you continue to see EJ on the big screen, the smile that she used to have. Many of us, my sister, used to have that big smile, that big smile. And the Lord has gained. We say we have lost, but the heavens have gained. That's what I believe. And that's what I believe has happened. So this afternoon, I just want to begin with a word of prayer. I just want to begin with a word of prayer. I just want to begin with a word of prayer. And then the entire program is going to begin. I just want to begin with a word of prayer. Let's pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we want to thank you for who you are. We want to give glory and honor because of who you are. Father, you have gathered us in this place to celebrate our beloved sister Everjoice's life that you have taken from us. Lord, I know it's a pain to us because she's no longer going to be with us. But one thing that we know is that the heavens have gained. The heavens have gained that love that she used to part with. The heavens have gained that smile that we used to know of EJ. The heavens have gained that I am available for anyone that we used to receive from her. Heavenly Father, we come with grieving hearts. We come with hearts full of questions. But however, we know you are a loving God. We know you are a caring God. And we continue to surrender back even this program into your hands. We pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay. Somebody will be coming in shortly. Let's just continue to, see our beloved sister as the body is coming in from the back. As you can see, the gentlemen who are okay. Let me tell you something about life. In my country, when you are born, there's a certificate that you receive. It's called a birth certificate. I know it's common practice in certificate. And as you grow older, you begin to receive other certificates in life. You receive other certificates in life. When you're at a certain age, you also receive your national ID, which is also another form of certificate in life. That one is also free. And then you also receive academic accolades. You also receive different types of certificates, which you celebrate with family. And you host people after your graduation. You host people, you invite people, and they celebrate with you. At the end of it all, there's one certificate that you also receive. It's called a death certificate. That in the same atmosphere that people celebrate with you when you have passed your exam, in the same atmosphere that people celebrate with you when you have got married, in the same atmosphere that people will celebrate with you when you have passed a particular course or whatever it is. So be it the same this afternoon. Be it the same this afternoon. We want to celebrate EJ's life. We want to celebrate EJ's life. She has acquired that certificate. As she's driven in on that horse, let's all stand. Let's all stand. Let's just take a minute of silence in respect to Everjoice. Scripture tells me that it's only the thief that comes to steal, to kill, and to destroy. The same scripture tells me that I have come, this is Jesus, I have come that you may have life and have life in its abundance. Only the thief comes to kill, to steal, and to destroy. But the Lord says, I have come that you may have life and have life in its abundance. As we see EJ's lying body here, she is beginning a new life indefinite with the Lord. Allow me to pray again. Father, we thank you. Thank you for ministering to our hearts this afternoon. Speak to our hearts this afternoon. Speak to our hearts this afternoon. Lord, when you were on that cross, you said, when you see me going, I am going to send you a comforter. Lord, we pray that that comforter this afternoon be in this place. We pray, Heavenly Father, that may you continue to give us that hug that comes from you. It's no longer about the person next to us. It's no longer about the love that the world gives. In moments like this, we need the love that comes from above. Lord, we thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. We may be seated. I'm going to invite my brother, Fungwa, to come forward.
Afternoon. Thank you, Gason, for the opening remarks and welcoming everyone here. I know this is a very, very difficult moment for everyone. And when I look around the room, I see a lot of grief. And I ask myself, what is grief? By my definition, grief is love that has nowhere to go. And that's the space we find ourselves in today. I was one of the fortunate people to see Everjoice last. I've been in South Africa for a week now, since air conditions escalated. So what we are doing today is basically what she would have wanted us to do. Uh, I think everyone in this room would agree with me that Everjoice lived life on her own terms, and in death, we are still following her terms. So I big up my sister for leading the role in that particular manner. She was very loving, as we all know, very caring, very soft, but when required, she was very assertive. And I think we all agree on that. We have shared on your seats part of the speech that I'm supposed to be doing or reading, but I'm not so much of a news reader. So I will just be scanning through some of the issues that we have highlighted in that particular speech. And for those that are watching us online, I think a copy will be made available on the links or via socials for you to see. On behalf of the family, I would like to thank you all for joining us as we honor and remember the life of Everjoice Jeketa Win. As already stated in the introduction, Win is just but her original surname. A lot of people, there's been a lot of confusion with some people thinking probably she was married to a white guy at some point in her life, and so that's why she's called Win or something of that nature. I've heard so many stories. But our grandfather had 4 names: Win, Fambisai, Dari, Mawarire. So, and people just chose which surname to go with. Everjoice chose to go with Win, as well as a section of our family. And like the Gason said earlier, you know, we use all of them, and we are very proud Mawarire people of the Shawa clan, and Everjoice was a proper Chiera. So, yeah, big up to you guys. Everjoice, we are gathered here not only to mourn our collective loss, but to celebrate a remarkable woman who will be remembered as a beloved daughter, mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, friend, social justice leader, a formidable feminist, a women's rights activist, an educator, and a human rights defender. Everjoice touched our lives in countless ways, and it's through sharing our memories that we keep a legacy alive. It's quite important that this legacy is kept going, and I think at some point, either during or after all the events, we will be sharing a link to a memorial page. We are creating a website, forever something, but we will share it once all the events are shared, and people can go online in perpetuity to share their memories and express their condolences. Right. Everjoice was born on the 12th of February, 1965, in Shurugwi. It used to be called Selukwe, but it's now Shurugwi. She was the youngest of 5 children and spent much of her childhood in the village with her grandparents. Her father was an agricultural extension officer, so he traveled quite a lot around the country. Hence, she spent a lot of time with the grandparents. She attended grade 1 and grade 2 at Nema Primary School in Shurugwi. Just to put it into perspective, from our homestead to Nema Primary School on foot, it's 7 kilometers. So she was walking 14 kilometers to and fro school every day for those first 2 years of her life, of her educational life. From there, she went to Bondolfi Mission, which is a Catholic school in Mashingo. There she was exposed to the effects of the struggle in Zimbabwe at the time, with some students dropping out. to join the liberation movement, and others losing their lives as a result. She completed her education at Nyatsime Secondary School in Seke, which is a dormitory town in Chitungwiza, somewhere thereabout, just outside Harare. After the O-levels, GCSEs for some, she proceeded to do her advanced level at Girls High School in Harare. This was a mixed race school, and it is at this point that she came face to face with discrimination and everything else, seeing all the bias, like in today's language, we call it what? Unconscious bias, or I don't know, I could be wrong, but I think that's your language. I don't really understand. From there on, she passed the A levels and proceeded to the university. Right. In our family, we are structured in a manner that we have segmented ourselves into generations. So we are trying to document the family history, not just trying to rely on oral history. And in doing that, we formed a structure where we said, okay, let's categorize the generations within the whole clan. So Everjoice belongs to what we call Generation 2. And with the Generation 1 being our fathers, and the Generation Z being our grandfathers. So of the Generation 2, Everjoice attained a number of firsts. Going to university in our family, she was the first in our generation to achieve that accolade. So she enrolled at the University of Zimbabwe and studied for a degree in economic history, right? So this coincided with significant political, economic, and cultural transformation in the country as it adjusted to independence at the time. These experiences deeply influenced her career journey. During this period, she did oral history on the lives of women in Harare Township with Professor Terry Barnes. Through this work, EJ encountered women who had experienced gender-based violence, women who had been denied access to land and other economic resources. This marked a key moment in the emergence of Everjoice as a social justice and women's rights activist that we are celebrating here today. After graduation, her first career appointment, she joined the Women Action Group, where she worked as a deputy editor for their magazine, which was called Speak Out Kulumani. She had a number of responsibilities in that role, and soon after, she moved and worked across Africa with the Women in Law and Development. This is where she worked from 1993 to 1996 as a program officer. In this role, she was very impactful, not only in Zimbabwe, not only in Africa, but globally. She influenced, this resulted, through her work, this resulted in changes in a lot of inheritance laws, marriage laws, anti-violence against women, and the land rights policies. EJ led the network to the United Nations conferences. This is one of her biggest accomplishments, and that as a family we were very proud of. In 1993, she led the delegation that went to Vienna. In 1994, she led the delegation that went to Cairo and also Dakar. And I think the big one of the time, she was instrumental in the Beijing conference. As most of you would know, the impact, the global impact that he had on women's rights. EJs engaged and influenced governments and United Nations agencies. From 1999 to 2001, she served as a Commonwealth technical advisor to the Commission on Gender Equality of South Africa, working with the newly appointed commissioners to frame the work to be done. Everjoice then spent 9 years at Action Aid International. She was the global head of women's rights from 2002 to 2011, and then between 2014 and 2020. She was the international programs director. So she joined, left, and then came back again. There, she provided overall strategic leadership, guidance, support across Action Aid's 49 country federation. Due to her leadership, Action Aid became a leading NGO in women's human rights programs, regional and global policy engagement, and campaigns. Particularly significant were the campaigns her team designed on women won't work, linking the HIV and AIDS and violence against women, and how those two were interlinked. During the same period, we as a family, we experienced quite a number of losses within the family as a result of this pandemic. So this had a profound effect on the manner in which she delivered her job. And to an extent, I would say it provided a lot of authenticity in the manner in which she delivered her particular job. And more recently, I would say, I would relate to the COVID pandemic and how that has affected all families right around the world, and how she was affected personally. And she voiced that as an individual. Everjoice also worked as the Oxfam country manager from 2012 to 2013, during a critical time of Oxfam's international reorganization globally and locally. Her last professional assignment, she was the executive director for Shine campaign. This is from 2021 to 2022. What then happened thereafter, that's when her health started to deteriorate. Amongst Everjoice's achievements, she was one of the first of the 5 co-founders of the Pro-Democracy National Constitutional Assembly of Zimbabwe, the NCA, for those who may know, the Crisis in Zimbabwe Coalition, the Women and AIDS Support Network, and the Women in Politics Support Unit. Everjoice was at the thick of things in all those organizations. In the African region, she was a co-founder and organizing committee member of the African Feminist Forum. AGA also served as the Comic Relief's Women and Girls Program Advisory Group. For 3 years, she also served on the board of the feminist organization, the Association of Women's Rights in Development. In recognition of her work in advancing women's rights, right, I think this has not been said enough. And I think this is probably one of those moments that we need to recognize. And I will take this again. In recognition of her work in advancing women's rights, the University of London School of Oriental and African Studies, SOAS, appointed her as a professor of practice from 2020 to 2022. So in short, Everjoice was and could and still can legally be referred to as a professor. But never a single day did you find my sister calling herself a professor. She was just humble like that. Family and friends were important to Everjoice. Their love, their support carried through a demanding career and later through her illness. She was a big sister to many activists, and I can vouch for that because in her last days, if anybody sent a text message, anybody sent an email, anybody sent a tweet, a messenger or whatever, I was responsible for Everjoice phone. I'm still responsible for Everjoice phone, and I see all those messages. So, and I can see the love and the care and the concern that we are receiving as a family from the world. And we are very, very, very grateful for that. Often, she would share a love of good food. She was a big reggae follower. I think those that followed Everjoice would know. Barry Salmond, Peter Tosh, Bunny Wailer, Bob Marley, and once in a while she would go jazz, Afro jazz, that kind of stuff. I think my daughters would really be upset if I didn't mention that their aunt was a fanatic of lipstick, and she loved hats. So, yeah, I think I'll be excused for that. Everjoice leaves behind 3 sons. We have got Andile, who is in front of us here. We've got Colin, also in the room. And we've got Innocent, who is back in Zimbabwe. She leaves behind 1 daughter, Lorraine, who is currently in transit from France, on her way here. And she leaves behind 4 grandchildren. Everjoice, like I said earlier, was the last born, and in that particular lineage, she is survived by 1 sibling, my big sister, Gladys, who sat in front of me here. So that's Everjoice for you. I think this speech would not be over without really talking about the dignity that Everjoice had throughout her life, right up to the end. The acceptance and the respect she had for everyone. So as we reflect on the current global situations with a renewed backslash on women's rights, I would refer everybody, please, this comes highly recommended, to try and go and listen to the podcast, which was shared widely online, and I think we will be sharing it on a Forever Living page or website. But for those, please go and look into that. The key message that Everjoice had for all of us, for us as a family, for us as a global family, everybody was family to Everjoice. Let's love one another. Let's love one another, and let's love one another unconditionally. So with those remarks, I say, my dear sister, rest in power. Thank you.
Let's get together and feel alright.
it's now time to celebrate. I'm sure you can see the difference between myself and Fungwa. We are two different people. He reads speeches behind the podium. I just talk. So right now, I've changed the gear. I've moved into a different gear altogether. I'm now in a gear of celebration. I'm celebrating the life of my sister, EJ. Let's all just go to the back of our bulletins, as I'm asking Rumbi to come forward quickly. I just want you to read the speech, the exact quotation from EJ behind your bulletin. Is Rumbi close by? Oh, okay. Now I can see her. You see, I'm already in a different mood altogether. I'm now celebrating life. You know, I think some of my colleagues don't like me so much. So they gave me a list and they told me that this person is going to speak, this person is going to speak. But unfortunately, they left my name out. So I'm now going to talk and they're not going to do anything to me. Okay. So you know what? In 1993, I was doing what we call O-level in Zimbabwe. And that year, my father, there was an economic structure adjustment program which was called ISAP. My father got retrenched when I was in Form 4. Now, you know, when you are about to write your matric exams and your father loses his job and he can't even pay for your school fees, he can't even pay for your exam fee, and you have been studying so hard, then EJ steps up and says, you know what, how much is it? Then sister, it's so much. Only, and yeah, okay, don't worry, I'll pay that for you. That was EJ for you. So EJ plays a very big role in my life. That's why I'm saying these guys didn't even like me. They didn't even put my name on the list. So by default, they made me an MC. So that's why I'm going to talk and talk and talk, and they won't say anything to me. I'm going to leave time to Rumbi to say a few words. Thank you.
Thanks, Mkoma. When we say Mkoma, we mean brother. Like my sister, she was very jealous of her brothers. So every time she starts this thing of explaining to you, you know, Rumbi, this one is our brother. She starts tracing it back. You know, she was a historian. She traces everything back to the ancestor, who's Mawarir. So I'm very honored to be here. And I'm also a very proud young sister because I got an opportunity to spend the most precious time with my sister, which were her last days. They are the most beautiful. I used to run away because I didn't want those interviews she would ask you about. I hope your life is in order. I hope you haven't forgotten about learning. You must educate yourself, keep upgrading, all those things. But now these past few weeks, they were very crucial. She was in pain, and I'm glad she could just call even 3 a.m. and say, you know what, I'm tired. Then I'm like, no, Sissy, you can't. So let me tell you about my sister. There's so much to talk about. There's so much that I've learned from her. But I'm going to share about 8 or 9 things. If you want to know more, come, let's sit together. We'll write a book. Everjoice, Cheketa, Win, Dari, Mawarire. You were informed about why we have so many names. We are proud. We are still together. So unto our family, Everjoice Cheketa was born. I'm sure when she was born, nobody thought she would be a unifier. Nobody thought she would be a fighter, a soldier fighting for human rights. But that's who she was. That's the blessing which she was born carrying. And God made sure that she got an opportunity and the right connections to carry out her mandate here on earth. I want to tell you about the name Jeketa because people wonder where is this name coming from. So Jeketa is actually our grandma. So Sis EJ was honored to be given that name. She was a very proud girl, knowing that she carried some kind of powers in the family. So when these traditional fathers of ours became difficult, Sisi used to say, Ndini mai, meaning, remember, I'm the mother. I'm your mother. I carry your mother's name. So we also nicknamed her Mai Tandi. So she helped us. when we wanted those other negotiations with our fathers being difficult as they are. You know our Shona fathers. So, yeah, she was a daughter, but a mother to her fathers. Number two, I'll tell you about my sister being a historian. Everjoice was a historian. We got a bit of background of her educational journey. But one thing I would like to tell you from the family side of things, she was still a historian. When you meet new people, you meet a friend of hers. When she starts talking about, just a mere introduction, she starts the history of the Mawarire clan. She goes on and on. Then she says, it's not complicated. It's just a matter of accepting that our culture allows it. We are a big clan and we are very proud of that. That's who she was. I'll also talk to you about her fight for education. The younger generation, we nicknamed her Use It, because she used to say, you don't just talk. Wagenda use it. Basically, she was trying to say, did you get the highest education which was available during that time? And use it. That's the University of Zimbabwe. It was the top, it was the cream. That's all we had in Zimbabwe during her days. So for someone to speak, you need to think first, make sure you gather the facts. So every time she says, don't just talk. You need to think first. Magenda use it. So we also nickname her Use It because of her passion, especially the girl child in the Mawarire family. I'm sure each one of us got an opportunity to be, spoken to. She would really do it nicely. You need to educate yourself, Vaskana, so that wherever you go in the world, you are able to stand for yourself. You are able to think for yourself. I remember the first time she met my husband, that time he was still a boyfriend. So she heard from our aunt, Tete Chipo, that Rumbi is getting married. So it just happens she's in Harare. They meet at Tete Chipo. He got into an interview. She had a whole list of questions. Rumbi is educated. She went to use it. Please don't make her a housewife. Number two, my sister should use her brains. She must think. And she must be able to do something by herself. She must be able to stand. This is who she was. She was very genuine. And my husband loved her for that because he was like, you know what, I met your sister. How can someone honestly conduct an interview on me? Then he says, but I think I like her because now I know you're supposed to think for yourself, stand for yourself, and speak for yourself. And I'm still trying to implement that to this day. Use it. That's my sister. Let me talk about love. The Word of God, I'll take you back to the most important book, talks about love. But one thing that is consistent is that love is not love until you give it away. Everjoice was such a loving girl. Every way, every time she's talking about showing some love to someone. Even when she was going through her most difficult times, she would even say, you know what? I've got this dress in my mind. I think I should give you that dress. You're like, hi, Sissy, think about yourself. Focus on your health. She still had something to give. She always had someone in mind. She was all about love. Even when circumstances are not really right, she would always refocus you to look at what love can do to change a situation. Being stubborn, I would even say, in this case, I think this one is a special one. Sisi, we can't. But she would always say, apana zvokuita mining, meaning there's nothing we can do. Only love can fix these things. So her love print is so huge. I don't think I can even try a quarter of what she would do and what she's still doing, because even though she's passed on, she has still left a love print. Someone is loved. She loves you, and it goes on like that. Now I want to talk about her friends. In our family, Mawarire family, we knew that whoever becomes a friend of Everjoice, that person is adopted into the Mawarire family, whether they like it or not. So we have the Sophie Mawarire, Rudo Mawarire, Eni Mawarire, and all those. So it's because she embraced her friends for who they are, and it went beyond just work related, bringing them into the family. We even have a Nomsa Mawarire. I can't even finish them, but I just meet them at the hospital, at home, and she's like, you know this one? This one is Pumi. You remember Pumzile? Then I say, yeah. Then she's like, yeah, Pumzile Mawarire. So she loved her friends, and as a family, we learned to share her with anyone and everyone because that's what she wanted. And again, that's her way of showing love to the rest of the world. Everjoice was very principled. She had a contagious smile, but she knew where to draw the line. She was very principled. She worked hard. And if you don't agree on certain terms, she didn't mind taking all her time to explain why she thinks in a certain manner. So this is who she was. Very principled, very hardworking. I want to tell you, if you meet someone who says she was not a good aunt, especially if it's a girl child in the Mawarire family, it just means it's one of those lazy ones. Because Everjoice wanted everyone to work hard. She would say, life doesn't come easy. You have to work for it. You need to remain focused. Rumbi, there's no need to focus on what people think about you. Keep focused on the goal. That's what she was all about. Don't be diverted by things happening around you. So we honestly cherish those moments. And I'm sure even those who are lazy, they're going to see what she meant. She wasn't joking, it's real. I'll talk about her last days. Everjoice's last days were very painful. She was struggling. And as a family, we could see that. We did our best. And at times, I know she would decide not to inform the whole family what's happening. But let me clarify that today so that we are all on the same page. Naturally, when we hear our loved one is not feeling well, is in so much pain, we tend to be sad, really, really sad. We panic a lot. We start doing our own diagnosis. We start coming up with solutions and that kind of stress here. So she would always say, it's not that I don't want people to know that I'm not feeling well, but I want them to be strong for me. When they start panicking, then we lose our focus. So what we're supposed to do, we think first, Rumbi, we must think first, who should we tell, what are we going to say, and what is our objective? So if the objective is to encourage people to pray for her, we focus on that. We want prayer. We don't want them to be sorrowful. If they spent the whole day being sorrowful, then we are not winning. Then I'll say, okay, that's fine. Then the next time she's like, okay, call Fungwa. Then I'm like, okay, what's the objective? Then she says, okay, we want just, he should know at least things are going this way and these are the challenges that we are having. The next time she says, can you look for Kelvin? Then I'm like, no, I don't think he's around. Then she'll say, okay, that's fine. But we don't want him to panic. Okay, that's fine. Let's talk to him tomorrow after the doctor's report. So she was going through a lot of pain, but she still cared too much not to get you to worry. But she would still say, I'm still standing because of the prayers of my relatives and friends. I know they are praying for me from Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, everyone. People are praying for me. But at the same time, I don't want them to lose focus. They should just pray. I'll fight the battle. They should just pray. So I love my sister a lot. I love her because the most difficult days, yeah, she would just call anytime. Because Bamliki had told her, whenever you need Rumbi, she should be there in a split of a second. So she would share a lot of things. She helped me understand. And in closing, because I want to talk about the miracles, we had our own way of getting feedback from the doctor. So when the doctor gives a feedback, she writes to say, "Hi, my Nini." My Nini means Mama Omncane, little Sisi. So we have a miracle in our bag. Then I'm like, "What miracle?" She says, "You know what? The doctor says they've managed to stabilize the situation." Then she goes on to say, "However, we have a stubborn cousin of the condition who's starting to feature, but so far, everything is good." That's how she would relay the message. So she fought. She always saw positives. We would put one miracle in our bag, then the new chapter comes. The next time she reports back, another miracle in our bag. So I honestly want to thank each and every one of you, family, friends, for praying for her, because that kept her going. And I would joke and say, just enjoy your butternut soup in the hospital. Just enjoy your butternut soup, because for now, that's all you need. We will pray for you. We will support you. So, yeah, in closing, these were her last words. I don't want you to feel sorry for me. Just celebrate my life. Be at peace. Be at peace. I have peace already. I don't even know why you people are not accepting it. Help yourselves to accept and find peace. This is the last discussion I had with her in hospital. I battled to find peace, but I think I'll get there. And I'm sure the whole family will get there. Thank you so much. Help yourselves and find peace. And to the friends, because you were adopted into the Mawarire family, you are still Mawarire daughters and sons. It doesn't end here. Walk with us. Keep us going. Continue doing what you were doing. Sis EJ loved you dearly. We also love you dearly. Thank you for your support. You're the best friends ever. God bless all of you.
Thank you, Sister Rumbi. There's going to be a slight change on our agenda or on our program. We're supposed to have a video that is supposed to be coming on. We are still preparing that. In the meantime, I will ask Shamila to come forward. But as she comes forward, I have the opportunity to speak, so I will speak. Yes, I will speak. So we used to call her Sis Chiki. That was her name in the home. Sis Chiki, coming from her middle name, Chiqueta. So we used to call her Sis Chiki. So Sis Chiki would call me. By the way, I'm privileged to speak 5 languages now, including Portuguese. I stay in Mozambique. So I've been in Mozambique for the past 13 years now. So I now speak Portuguese. So I will now speak in Portuguese. I hope all of you are going to understand. Okay. Okay, let me ask Shamila to say something.
You were on a roll. I didn't want to interrupt that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I'm Shamila Wilson. I had the honor and privilege also of calling EJ a big sister, a comrade, a colleague, a collaborator, a fellow feisty feminist. I met EJ first when I was a very young feminist attending the African Women's Leadership Institute, which EJ co-founded. I think my first encounter with EJ was just like, oh my God, that's a lot. EJ was very loud, very proud. And I think that, it was my very first exposure to African feminism in a space with other African feminists. And I think from that day onwards, EJ always made me feel, from the moment I met her, EJ made me feel like I was now part of her family and part of her community. I'm speaking to you not only about my experience with her as an African feminist, but particularly, I think there was one initiative that EJ was very instrumental in working with myself and some other colleagues on. That was setting up the Just Associates, the Jazz Movement Building Initiative for Southern Africa. And just to kind of build the bridge, that started very, very long ago. It started in, I think, because of EJ's very personal relationship with the pandemic in terms of losing family members, but also, I think, being somebody that listened to others constantly, listening to their experiences. EJ was one of those voices that constantly spoke about the fact that as feminists, we were not taking HIV seriously. And I remember in 2005 and 2006, there were three different events where EJ was at and I was at, and that kind of echo started getting louder and louder and louder. And we had the opportunity then to come together to actually start thinking about what could we do. That I think the other thing about EJ that I appreciated, EJ was very critical about particular ways of doing and organizing, particularly the very projectized approach to addressing some of the very systemic issues that we have, that we are dealing with. And so we came together because we wanted to believe that we could build a movement that would really start centering, I think, the voices of women living with HIV in a response. And so EJ was, I remember sitting in a room after we decided we're going to do something in Washington with EJ, Sisonke, myself, and Lisa. And that was a point where we came together to really think about what could something different look like. And I remember EJ's voice very clearly. I think EJ came into this with very clear ideas of what we were not going to do. And I think I was very young at the time. I was also exploring, wanting to try out different things. And so I took a lot of I followed EJ's lead in many ways. And I think when we started Just Associates, the Jazz Movement Building Initiative for Southern Africa, one of the things I think that is very much demonstrative of EJ's style of being and just moving in the world was, even as we kind of came together to imagine something, EJ was like, we are not going to come up with the solution ourselves. And we used to say for the first few years of jazz movement building Southern Africa, we would say we would build the plane as we're flying it, which is actually very dangerous. Nobody should be building planes and flying it at the same time. Just note to self. But I think what EJ meant at that time, I think, was one of the voices that said, let's get women living with HIV in the room from the region, start hearing what it is that they need. So they've been telling us for a long time that we are not listening to them, that HIV is not very central to the feminist agenda. So what is it that they need? And so for me, I remember the very first years of Jazz Southern Africa was that approach of just getting people in the room and listening and figuring out what is the next step, what is the next step. I think in that process, EJ was always a critical voice, a critical thinker that really helped us to think about what is it that we need to do as we move forward. And I think the one lesson that I took away from working with EJ at that time was that we always need to rely on the wisdom of the people that are the most affected. I think for me personally, EJ was one of the small group of people that I relied on, whose wisdom I would call on when I felt discouraged, when I didn't know what to do, when I felt like, I'm falling back into my old patterns of being and doing, and particularly thinking about how I approach something. I think EJ was the one that would talk me through it and would kind of help me think about what is the different ways we can do things. As the strategy evolved, EJ's role also changed. EJ's role changed from being that co-creator, that person that creates space and opens up space, to also being somebody that became a thought leader. And I think one of the pieces that she wrote that I particularly enjoyed because of the title was Between Jesus, the Generals, and the Invisibles. And in many ways, like if you look at that title, that was very much EJ, right? Like that was how EJ thought. Like she would bring in very cogent ideas through a title like that would allow all of us to really connect to it. And I think that particular piece of writing, if any of you have the time to read it, is really one that brings in EJ's very, I think EJ had a very important analysis and understanding and view about organizing and particularly women's human rights, not only from where she sat as within her role at ActionAid, but also as a Southern African feminist. And I think, the word Jesus for her was really, I think EJ was one of the first people when everybody talked about fundamentalisms, everybody talked about Islamic fundamentalisms. And EJ kept on telling us, no, that is not the only form of fundamentalism we need to pay attention to. We also need to pay attention to, this evangelical Christian fundamentalism that was very rife on the continent and the impact that had on the lived experience of people. And so, EJ continued her journey with us as not only an advisor, but also later as a board member of Jazz. And I think that was really in recognition that, given the way that EJ was so engaged and so present to what the different nuances of people's experiences were, it was really important to constantly hear, her thoughts, her wisdom, and also her ideas in moving forward. When I think about how I experienced EJ in not only being a sister, but also being somebody that I worked with very closely in many different initiatives. I think the first thing was EJ was a co-creator. She never took the stage. She created the space for all of us to come in and co-create with her and to reimagine something. And I think that is something that I take forward in my own practice all the time, is that sometimes stepping back is a way of stepping forward as well. I think the other thing which many of us know is EJ was a truth teller. So EJ would come, and I think I was very comfortable with EJ's form of truth telling because both my mother and my grandmother were truth tellers. And so EJ would come and she would say the things that everybody is thinking, but nobody dares to say out loud. And I think for me, it kind of emboldened me to start doing that. And I think when I wanted to do that on many occasions and I didn't have the courage, I would just message EJ and I said, I just need a little bit of your courage. Can we just talk through this? And she would, I think that was the great thing. No matter where she was or what role she had, she was always somebody that I felt was very accessible to me. She was a WhatsApp message away, always. And she always responded within an hour to any message I sent. And I think the last thing that I think for me was the most important aspect of working and knowing EJ and having her as both a friend, a big sister, and a comrade was that she was both a supporter and a cheerleader. I see my own journey working and moving and growing and evolving. And I always say I could do that because I knew that if EJ is in a space and my name was said and people said something about me, she would challenge and she would push back against that. I always knew that I had EJ. EJ has, my back no matter where I went. I think she was always the person, Rumbi, you talked about, like you need to learn more. She was always the person that encouraged all of us, I think, younger feminists to keep growing, to keep evolving, to keep pushing, and to also, I think, to keep really thinking about the ways in which we keep challenging against some of the systemic things that we encountered as African feminists in some of the global spaces that we encountered. So for me, I am celebrating EJ because I'm celebrating the fact that I was privileged enough to have the kind of relationship I had with her. I was privileged enough to work through multiple, I worked with her on the Women Won't Wait campaign. I worked with her, when she was at AWID. I was at AWID. I worked with her on the Jazz Southern Africa. And then I was privileged to just have her as a friend, somebody that even when she was sick in the last 2 years, she would constantly still message me and she would check in on me. So I feel sad, but I also feel humbled that I got to have someone like that in my life. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Shambhala. Um, as I will be calling the next speaker Arthur as he comes forward, let me continue with my story. So I just told you I stayed in Mozambique, and a lot of you were asking, so what? Why are you telling us that you stay in Mozambique? What has your stay in Mozambique got to do with EJ's funeral? Okay. So as I said, Arthur, is Arthur here? Okay, as Arthur walks forward, he's going to share my story, why I'm telling you that I stay in Mozambique. So Arthur is going to finish my story. Okay. So what am I saying? So Sis Chiki got to know of the politics that was happening in Mozambique. And she got very worried. I'm sure many of you saw in the news. And I stayed just across the border in Maputo, where things were really happening, where war was really war. If you have seen war in the news, if you've seen war in TVs, if you've seen wars in movies, I saw a war live in front of me. So when Sis Jiki got to know that things were happening in Mozambique, she called me just to find out how I was doing. And Sis Jiki being Sis Jiki, said, you know what, my brother, let me tell you what to do. You need to have what we call an emergency kit. She told me that you need to have an emergency kit. And in your kit, you just need to have 2 pairs of clothes and your passport. Those are the only 2 things that. So as I give the mic to Arthur, I'll continue with my story. Say, stay tuned.
Thank you very much. When you said Arthur, I wasn't sure whether I was the one, maybe in case there was another Arthur. But really honored to be given an opportunity to speak at this important event. EJ was a person who always made everybody understand why it's important to be clear. And one thing that she debunked was, of course, EJ was a name that was the abbreviation that everybody knew her with. And I thought, like many people, that EJ stood for Everjoice. I'm sure many of you are surprised thinking that's the abbreviation, and it wasn't. She told me, no, EJ is not Everjoice, it's Jeketa. J is Jeketa, and you've spoken about, but she said then, when you mention that name, Jeketa, you must bow down because it's a very important name. It's not one you just mention because of the reasons that you explained earlier. So that's one thing that I thought I would have this opportunity to clarify. A summary of what EJ meant to ActionAid. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Arthur Larocque. I'm Ugandan. I work with ActionAid as its current Secretary General. And I got to know EJ when I joined ActionAid as well. And so the summary of what EJ meant to ActionAid is in the eulogy that was read. There are many things that could not be captured there. Of course, the main positions that she held are very much reflected in what the brother read. But personally, EJ recruited me as well to the Global Secretariat of ActionAid. And she was part of I had like 6 panels. She was one of the panel members. And because I knew her, she sent me a message after the interview and said, well done. Then I knew I had got the job. She, because EJ was very, very critical. Sometimes terrifying, like some people say. And when she gave you an endorsement, you should just celebrate because it comes from far. She's not reckless with her endorsements. So she recruited me as a Federation Development Director. It's a role that enabled me to work directly with her in her second term in ActionAid. That was in 2017. And then when I took up this current role as Secretary General, I was first interim because we had many challenges in the organization. And then I wasn't sure whether I should apply for the current role that I hold. So I wrote a letter to myself asking questions that I couldn't answer. So I decided to share this letter with 20 people. EJ was one of them. And asking them whether they think, people who know me, a number of them are here, including Angelema, who I worked with as part of the international leadership team with EJ. And 14 people responded. That's a high response rate in ActionAid. And one of those, and out of the 14, 13 said absolutely yes, apply. One person wrote back with so many questions that really made me think whether I want to apply for this role. And that person was EJ. She didn't answer the question, she just raised more questions, which helped me clarify what I wanted to contribute to ActionAid. And I'm happy that she responded the way she responded. Many others just said, hey, absolutely, I've done a good job, just join, apply. She asked several questions. I think there were like 14 different questions that made me deeply reflect and prepare for the role. So I am really deeply grateful for the relationship that I had with EJ. EJ, in addition to what you have already seen in the eulogy, when she was first recruited 20 years, more than 20 years ago, she is the one, under the leadership of Angelema, who is also joined us, I think she was reporting to Anne at that time, set the foundation for ActionAid's women's rights and feminist work. Up to today, that legacy is cemented. Without EJ, we would not be doing that kind of work, not the way we do it, at least. So this is an important legacy that we will forever, as ActionAid, be deeply grateful to EJ and her family who lent her to us. EJ also is responsible for our current global strategy that expires in 2028. She was the leader under whom we all worked and drafted this document. So I had the opportunity to work very closely with a really brilliant mind, and we really have a lot to celebrate with regards to what EJ contributed to ActionAid. I had many encounters with EJ in her difficult moments for the last few years. I used to regularly visit her at her home, at her apartment in Rosebank. I used to meet the sister, no, not the sister, but the auntie. It was at EJ's house that I knew that oxtail was edible. I didn't know before. And so the auntie used to prepare oxtail and pap. And so when I went back home, I said, but this tail, I didn't understand, that it was edible, but it was such a delicacy. And today it's part of my favorite because of EJ. If I had not gone to her apartment, I wouldn't have known that oxtail is edible. So these are small but important things that are very meaningful in life. So in my household, this is an important delicacy that we regularly have, thanks to EJ and her auntie. My last encounter with EJ was on International Women's Day. And 2 weeks before that, I had chatted with her. She sent me a message with a flower celebrating her 60th birthday, saying, while you were away, this happened. Somebody bought her a flower for her birthday. So I promised, well, Valentine's Day is 2 days from now, I will come. She used to always be cautious. She said, I have very weak immunity. You travel a lot as Secretary General. Don't bring your infections to me. So I was careful not to go, not to go. So I was observing, I don't know what this was called during COVID time, quarantine. When you travel, then they keep you somewhere. But because I traveled a lot, I was doing self-quarantine. Unfortunately, I overdid it, and then the flower that I eventually delivered on Women's Day, I was told at the hospital, no, she's in ICU, you can't take the flower inside. Anyway, I handed it over to the brother and the family and whatever we had brought. But on that day, I arrived maybe 2 minutes after Andile, the son, had also landed from Canada, and so we were in the hospital together. And of course, she could not speak now, but she could respond. And so when the nurse told her that her son had come, EJ pulled her hand out of the blanket on her own. I did not think it could happen when I entered. She pulled her hand out and held Andile's hand. And I was honored that Andile allowed me to hold EJ's hand as well. This was on the 8th. And she pulled me. I whispered a few words and she shook her head. And I was at peace, just the peace that you talked about. I don't cry. I'm not feeling sad because EJ was not at that time. She was in pain, definitely. She was definitely in pain. But she could react and she could respond to anybody who said anything. So I think, we were told, we should go in peace because EJ is resting in glory somewhere. I think her pain on earth with all of its problems are over. Wherever she is, she's happier, I believe. So let's all believe that. ActionAid is so indebted to EJ in many ways, like I mentioned earlier. We will organize, we were asked, of course, through our liaison. Annie is the one who connects the organization to the family, that we should share information about what we are organizing in her memory and in her legacy. So we are planning to organize 2 events, one in Zimbabwe next week after the ceremony to send her off finally. It will be led by ActionAid Zimbabwe, and we will share that information with the family to bring many civil society organizations, movements that EJ worked with. So that will happen in Harare. And then sometime in April, we will organize a global convening of people. We are doing a little video as well of people that EJ impacted far and wide. Amazing stories from India, from Guatemala, from all over that we really think should be part of the story we tell of EJ. Not that she will hear, but we are doing it in such a way that it inspires us to continue with the struggle that she lived for such a long time. And we will, of course, as an organization and ActionAiders, not just the organization, but people who worked with her, work closely with the family to support the family in whatever way we can in these next few days. So let's celebrate EJ's life, and thank you very, very much to the family, the aunties, the brothers, and everybody here in Andile. You have a family in ActionAid. If you need us in any way, please call on us. We will be there to support you in whatever way that we can. Thank you for coming, and we continue to pray that EJ's soul rests in glory.
Thank you, Brother Arthur. Now, Brother Arthur from another country is now my brother because we inherited him. Yeah, we didn't adopt, we inherited him. Yeah, he's from Uganda. So we had an agreement with Brother Sipo. He said he was going to talk to you in Portuguese. So, Brother Sipo, Brother Sipo Malunga. Brother Sipo, I thought we had an agreement. Yes, he's on his way. So let's talk about this GK a bit. As I said, as Brother Sipo is coming forward, and he has given me some advice on how to escape a warring country, which is right next door. So the war started. You see, he wants to finish my story. Let me give him the mic.
Thank you so much, my brother. I really appreciate it. I didn't know I was going to speak, so I'm completely unprepared. And those of you who know me, that's when I'm best. I speak best when I'm unprepared. Where do I start? Maybe we started how I'm dressed. You know, after EJ passed, in fact, on Friday, I sent a message to EJ. And she always had this unusual way of responding to whatever message. But on that particular day, I had written something to her about seeking asylum in America for myself. I said, well, I'm a farmer, and I'm farming here, and Trump has offered asylum to all these farmers in South Africa. So perhaps I should just seek asylum in America now and become an American. Wouldn't that be great? And Fungwa responded and said, Sis EJ is in hospital. This was a Friday at Rosebank Hospital. And I said, okay, I'll come and see her. So it so happened that on Saturday we were planting. We were in the middle of planting. So I said, okay, I'll see her first thing on Sunday morning. So I left early in the morning, Northwest, and I was 10 minutes away from the hospital. I got a message from Teresa to say she's gone. Just those 2 words. The rest of that drive was not very easy. I got to the hospital, I found Andile, I found Sisi, I found Mrora. Colin was there as well. It was not easy. She was still in a bed, in a hospital bed. And Sisi said, no, go in and see her. I went in and I said to her, Sis EJ, you couldn't even just wait. You couldn't wait for me to get here. She was gone. Everything else was a blur. I spent that whole morning with Andile. We went, we had breakfast. I eventually went back to the farm around 1. And then, of course, I got the message that EJ had, on that same day, in fact, we're told EJ had instructions. EJ had instructions. I wasn't surprised. He had instructions for each and every one of you. So I was like, okay, my God, what's my instruction? And then, of course, I spoke with Annie a couple of days ago. And then one of the instructions I saw that we wear purple. So I'm now there in Northwest, and I'm thinking to myself, purple, where the hell am I going to? You know, I've been living on this farm since almost 8 months now. And I've not worn a suit ever since I left OSF and all that. I wear khakis every day. Short ones, actually, just today, because I could not come wearing shorts. You're going to say, who's this guy? So I said, now where the hell am I going to get something purple now? So I said, okay, maybe I'm going to have to leave the farm early in the morning and go to Santon or Four Ways and look for something purple to wear. So I was worried. And then, I was in the closet, and lo and behold, I find this shirt I didn't wear since winter. This is actually a khaki shirt, It's a farm shirt. I know it looks stylish. That's me, huh? Because I'm EJ's young brother, so I'm also stylish. So I say, I haven't worn this since winter because it's, you know, it's a winter shirt. I wear it at the farm in winter. But I looked at it and said, this is purple. This shirt is purple. Oh, I was so excited. You have no idea. I said, I'm going to EJ's funeral as a farmer. So I don't have to change anything. I don't have to go to 4 ways, Santon. I don't have to change a thing. And then I said, now the hat. What am I going to do about the hat? And those of you who know EJ, you know, we're scared to tell her where you are. I say, hey, sister, I'm going to New York. She says, okay, very good. Go to this shop on 5th Avenue and you buy me these hats. So you didn't want to tell her because, you know, wherever you are now, you have to spend the whole day looking for these shops to buy hats. And we're all buying hats for her. We're always buying hats. And now you don't even want to call and say, have you bought my hat? Send me a picture. Say, hey, sister, hey. So I said, now the hat. What am I going to do about the hat? And then guess what? Last weekend I had gone home to I lost my mother a few weeks ago, about a month and a half, 2 months ago. So last week, a week and a half ago, I went back home. You know, in our culture, they distribute the clothes. So I went for the distribution of my mom's clothes. And usually, of course, mommy's clothes are usually given to the girls mostly. And, you know, they put them there, you pick what you want. So we're there, and they said, okay, pick what you want. Even my daughter didn't go. She's at university. So I was supposed to pick for her as well. So by the corner of my eye, I saw this beret. This was my mom's beret. I said, no. That beret, I'm not leaving it. Because even when I was at, Deborah's knows, when I was at varsity, I would always wear berets. I always wore berets, and they were all my mother's berets. I never told you this, guys. At the time, it was very embarrassing for me to say this to you guys. And they were black, they were all color. No, I never wore the bright ones. I usually wore the black ones. They thought, hey, this Che Guevara guy. They didn't know that I was wearing my mother's berets. You know, some things you don't tell guys, huh? It's a bit embarrassing. So while the people were picking, I saw that beret. Nobody seemed to have any interest in it. I jumped for this beret. And I wore the beret all the way from Bulawayo. I wore it in the plane. I wore it, and the people at the farm were like, boss, what is this now? I said, no, don't worry, this is my mother's beret. So as it was there on the shelf, and then I said, hey, look, this beret is purple. And there you are. So in honor of you, Sisi, I'm wearing Mama's purple beret, and I'm here. I don't have much else to say. I shared with Annie one of the most profound quotes that EJ shared with me. I was at OSF at the time, and we were really talking about privilege. We're talking about how we forget how privileged we are. We all have forms of privilege, different ones. It's not just people with money. It's not just white people. You're privileged. Even in a family, if you're the one who went to school, you are privileged. You're the one that people listen to. You're the one, if you're the one who has money in the family, people defer to you. So, and since EJ shared with me that specific, she said an email she had sent to colleagues in Action Aid. And I extracted that beautiful quote where she talks about privilege. Says, when you're in a space, you have to be mindful of your privilege. And this is how I literally manage myself as a leader. I've always managed myself as a leader from this advice that EJ gave me, that even if you are a CEO, you are a director, the fact that you are quiet in a room doesn't mean that you are not there in the room. If people know how you think, people are going to be thinking about doing and saying things that align with how you think. So you have to work so hard, so hard to make it safe for everyone, to make that space equal. And that's how I've always tried to guide myself. And thank you to CCJ for that. Andile, we're here, boy. You know, we talked about this. This is the time to celebrate Mommy. We will mourn for a long time. I know it every day. I wake up sometimes and try to call my mother. And then I remember, she's not there. You know, this will happen for a long, long time. It won't get easier. But now we celebrate Mommy. That's what we do. We celebrate her. And we'll continue to celebrate her. She was a phenomenal, phenomenal person. I'm not even going to say woman. Um, and she chided us. She would chide you, especially us, the men. She'd be like, okay, so I see you are busy talking about Arsenal or Foot Liverpool. You don't see what's happening with child marriages. You don't say anything about it. And then you realize now for the next 2 days, I'm tweeting only about that. I'm not tweeting about anything else. Then you know that you're in a good books once again. Thank you so much. And sorry if I ran over. Obrigado.
I told you. What did I tell you about him? We speak Portuguese together, so we'll be flying out shortly together in the same flight. Where is Togo? I haven't seen you in a long time. Where is Togo? I know she's coming to speak Portuguese. Trust me, she's gonna speak to you in Portuguese. Togo, don't let me down. I told you morning is over. We're now celebrating EJ's life. We're celebrating Sis Chiki's life. So please, smiles. You know, I get frightened by faces that are, frightening. So Sis Togo is gonna tell you something nice. Thank you.
What's your story with Portuguese? Thank you for this opportunity to talk about EJ. Where we come from, people say Wejira. Me and EJ, we were not Wejira. We said the people from Zushavane, the people from Mashingo were Wejira. Taive mwana wokumusha. Because we both come from Shurugwi. We discovered we both come from the same chieftainship, Kwanema. Further, we discovered that Kwamawarire in the village was next to my great-grand-uncle's farm, Kwabahera. So all that unraveled after we met in Harare. And we became more than sisters in a way. But then, you know these Africans, you stick around together and you start talking about this and that, you find that you are related to that one. I am also related to that one. That's kept happening with EJ. When I discovered that Fungwa's mother was my mother's whatever, and then I discovered that one of their sisters was married to one of my brothers, Maureen. So yeah, it's that kind of thing. So when we met Taita Urachkaranga, and in Harare, people when they went to live in Harare from our area, they became Chizezuru. We refused. We will continue to talk Chikaranga, the language of where we came from. EJ was an influence to me in our activism at different levels. I went to work for Akina Mama in England because of EJ. She was in the board of that organization. When there was a job that was coming, she said I should apply. But the irony of it is that she had just left a job that she was there for 3 months with ideas. And all our friends said to me, she's saying you should go. You will be back in 3 months as well. I lasted 3.5 years. That's where also I got to know about Fungwa. Ah, dai kunye. I can't. But you know, when sisters are talking about their brother, no worry. No worry. It was about your goodness. It was good for us to talk about you. When my daughter was at Rhodes, Andile was at school in Grahamstown as well. EJ gave her an instruction that she should look after Andile. And you know how she will say it and how she will monitor it. Huh? But as a result, they have continued to look out for each other, to be able to share and talk with each other, kind of thing. Andile, I know your mother connected you to a lot of people. I know she built networks for you. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. And I'm sure all those people are there for you. But also you choose and find whatever. Sipo was talking about people. Huh? Well, I didn't have any problem with people. Actually, I had a problem with choosing which people. And you know, the thing is that you give birth to someone, they are little. 1, 2, 1, 2, they are giving you instructions. So how I am dressed is not what I would have dressed, but what my daughter said I should dress. But one of those people things that you threw at us was this. Huh? And EJ, if she was here, she will say to me, yes, masabada munopfeka lipstick. But then I thought, that's the instruction. Let me go with it. EJ was a fierce feminist. She had clarity. In organizing, she had clarity. There were no ifs, there were no buts. One thing she taught me, and that one I'm not giving away. Whether you come with he and she, or you come with what about the men. EJ said, in our organizing as feminists, we don't do men. We don't organize for men. So when all these funny things are coming about what about the men and whatever, and the women's organizations sometimes are running with it and whatever. Me, I'm clear. Very clear. And that is EJ. I am grateful for that. The weekend before she went into hospital for the last time, I was there with Rumbi. I didn't know that evening, we spent quite some time that afternoon. That evening, she then sent me a WhatsApp and said, I'm in hospital. And we did our back and forth because we will talk and joke and with humor. I went to see her on Tuesday. Oh, yeah. And Colin and his wife were there. They were talking about feeding Sadzanenyovi. Now, a friend of mine, a South African friend of mine, asked me, what's Nyofi in English? I said, I'm not going there. Ulute. That's as far as I will go. I won't Google it. I'm not. And then she was talking about, she wanted Madora, Mpani worms. And I said to her, there's an African market. I saw them in Midrand. I'll go and get them. I never got the chance to do that. That evening, she sent me a message and said, I'm now in high dependence ward or things like that. For me, I am at peace. I saw EJ becoming different in herself. But I said as well when we left that one of the things I was really this time happy with when seeing her voice was EJ's voice. Okay? I had visited her sometimes and it wasn't. Her voice was EJ's voice. And she was, we were sitting in front of the TV and there was CNN and EJ being EJ. She was analyzing everything. And then this thing about the Pope came on and she said, don't you think he is already dead? And I thought, yo, yeah, it could be. I agreed with her. I am grateful for the life I had with EJ. I have a lot of things that I can't say in this forum about her, that we laughed about, that she did, and how she did it, kind of thing. And it was EJ full of her life. She lived it. And today, I am one of those who say she's resting in peace. Andile. Agumyeke umama. She's resting in peace. Portuguese.
Before you sit down, please say one word in Portuguese.
Obrigado.
You see, what I'm doing? I'm an influencer like Sis Jiki. I'm influencing like Sis Jiki. Where's my sister Angelina? Angelema. 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 I don't know what language she's going to speak. Shona, maybe. Shona, maybe. One word. One, I won't give you the mic. One word.
Saza. My name is Anne Gelima, not Angelina. Maybe that's what it is in Portuguese. I worked with EJ at ActionAid, as Arthur said, and I knew EJ as a friend and a mentor for more than 20 years. So thank you so much to the family, the blood family that is, for sharing the space with us. Arthur already mentioned how Everjoice was responsible for introducing feminism to ActionAid. But what you might not know is that this very hotel, the Sunnyside Hotel, was the site of the very first meeting with Everjoice as head of women's rights, which led to something called the Sunnyside Group. which brought about a small revolution in how women were treated and what opportunities they were given inside the organization. And it also paved the way for the adoption of feminist analysis in ActionAid's work with communities, and for a massive shift of resources towards women's rights. And eventually, as Arthur said, a strategy for the whole organization that very much centered feminism and women's rights. But EJ wore achievements like that very lightly. As Sipo already said, no matter what titles or honors she gained or how powerful the positions she came to occupy, she remained very grounded in a strong set of values and vision. She didn't care a thing about status. What she cared about was making change, achieving justice, building a world in which the dignity and humanity of every single person is recognized and valued. Her mantra was, in whatever I do or say, I keep asking myself, will this alter power relations? Will this change women's lives in the long term? And from her own early experiences of building a feminist movement in Zimbabwe, she developed a very clear understanding of how deep and lasting change actually happens. In her own words, remember, change starts with individuals standing up for justice. Then we build community, movements, institutions. And you know, reading the outpouring of tributes for EJ on social media, and listening to the speeches today and seeing you all here, I realized that she applied that philosophy as much in her own personal life as she did in her work. She created this amazing community around her, part of which is here today, and part of which is watching from far away on the live stream. So it's maybe better described as like multiple overlapping circles of community and love that spread across the whole world. So she said change starts with individuals, and she helped me and so many other people to recognize our own power, to learn to love and care for ourselves. For this, EJ firmly believed is the foundation of change. You've all seen the quote from her on the screen. My heart fills with joy when I see a young Black woman break out of her shell like a fledgling, growing wings, flying up, up, and away. And the truth is, young or old, Black, brown, white, or purple, so many of us grew our wings and discovered the courage to fly through EJ's friendship and love. To quote another great feminist who, like EJ, believed in love, Bell Hooks, the one person who will never leave us, whom we will never lose, is ourself. Learning to love our female selves is where our search for love must begin. When we are capable of loving ourselves, nourishing ourselves properly, we are already changing society. Because in the moment when we are able to smile, to look at ourselves with compassion, our world begins to change. When we are peaceful, when we are able to smile and not to be violent in the way we look at the system, at that moment there is a change already in the world. And EJ lived that in so many ways. We've already heard about her love of reggae music, her glorious hats, her worldwide network of personal shoppers, her enjoyment of cocktails, and most of all, her brilliant and mischievous sense of humor. Sometimes cutting, sometimes silly, but always helping us to smile at ourselves and laugh at the absurd side of the unjust system we live in. What about community? Bell Hooks also said, one of the most vital ways we sustain ourselves is by building communities of resistance, places we know we are not alone. To build community requires vigilant awareness of the work we must continually do to undermine the socialization that teaches us to behave in ways that perpetuate domination. When we take this and apply it concretely to our daily lives, we further and deepen the practice of transformation. Dominator culture, said Bell Hooks, has tried to keep us all afraid, to make us choose safety instead of risk, sameness instead of diversity. Moving through that fear, finding what connects us, reveling in our differences, this is the process that brings us closer, that gives us a world of shared values and meaningful community. And EJ was very deeply committed to that process, that work of building communities and movements to overcome domination. And she invested continuous effort and care in it. But as we've already heard, EJ never held back on telling the truth, even if it meant that relationships might suffer. She always insisted on clarity, on precision, on correct use of punctuation, and above all, on truth. Bell Hooks again said, the heart of justice is truth-telling, seeing ourselves in the world the way it is, rather than the way we want it to be. The moment we choose to love, we begin to move against domination and against oppression. We begin to move towards freedom, to act in ways that liberate ourselves and others. And that commitment to telling the truth from a place of profound love and move through fear towards freedom, not as a lone individual, but as a friend, as a sister, as a mother, as a mentor, as an ally, as a weaver of shared values, shared stories, and community. That is what EJ exemplifies above all for me. Now she is at rest, and I know from any who spent so much time with her in her final days that she is at peace. But I was almost angry when I first heard the news because it is so hard. It is so very hard to face such a dark time in our world without EJ. But now it is up to us, the community that she created, to carry forward her spirit, to resist the darkness, to find again the courage and compassion that EJ helped us to discover in ourselves, to choose to love, to build community, to never give up on justice, to move together towards liberation and equality. And I leave you with EJ's own words. If we are not there for each other in times of trouble and times of joy, then what are we really doing? Because in the end, what we share and what remains is our humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so, so, so much. You know, we're just gossiping, myself and Pumi. We're just gossiping, myself and Pumi, because I failed to pronounce some names correctly. So I decided to ask Pumi first, okay, how do you pronounce this name? And you know what she said to me? Dipros. So I'm going to ask my brother Dipros because I didn't want to make the same mistake twice. So I decided to gossip first. But EJ was not that kind of a person. So I don't know where I'm inheriting this from. So maybe let me just sit down quickly as my brother comes for a few words. Thank you. Anzi ndimbotaura nechishona. Achambomhorosa mukoma, meaning he's greeting the elderly brother.
Thank you very much, my brother. You know, this is the problem of
staying in Mozambique for 13 weeks, then Onyebot, I've been there for 13 years. We know it's showing, it's showing. Anyway, colleagues and friends, Andile, Mkomapfungwa, it's very difficult to say anything really on my friend, whom I have known for 30 years. I knew Everjoice when I was a student. We used to read my articles that she would write in Parade. There was a famous magazine called Parade, and it had a tagline read by 2 million people. I don't know whether they ever did a survey, but that's what Parade claimed. And Everjoice used to write a women's rights column. Frankly, when women's rights were not a popular discourse, when it was even dangerous to say that she was already doing that. So to then meet her in person finally was a major achievement. In fact, the first person who met him was my other friend, Tawanda Mtasa. So Tawanda had gone to some meeting and they were engaging very clearly in a conversation about something important. And they were sharing the stage. And so Everjoice leaned to Tawanda and said, let's write a book. You know, in that very finished article, she used to say, guys, you don't know how to speak. You must come and take lessons on how to speak English. So Tawanda was told, let's write a book. And Tawanda was very excited. I must have read, I think you read Tawanda's article yesterday, a fantastic tribute to EJ. And the invitation to write a book with Tawanda was a moment for Tawanda to boast amongst ourselves that EJ had wanted to co-author a book with her. Those early years of knowing EJ was just every time she spoke, you had to take notes. You had to notice what she was saying. And for me, it was just a moment of learning. You need, when you get into this space of civil society or any industry, to listen to people who have been there before. And she was just somewhere you would go and mine information. Then it came the point which was very pivotal for some of us, myself, Brian Kagoro, Tawanda, and a few others who wanted to go deep into renegotiating what we're calling the national contract in the country. So we said, look guys, everybody has tried everything, but nobody has really challenged power in a serious sense. Why don't we start now talk about this issue of the Constitution? Let's talk about rewriting this Constitution because it has been perforated 14 times. And every time they change it to maintain power. So let's start thinking about redesigning the national Constitution. So Tawanda, famous for his brilliance, sat down and started scribbling things together, testing it with Brian Kagoro, who then was a fancy young lawyer at Camden Immerman. And we were trying to dream as young people would do. And we, in those days, went to talk with Everjoice because we wanted her to be part of this process. She agreed because she said this is what she was doing anyway. I don't want to bore you with that story of the NCA, but there's a pivotal moment. You know, you need to then go out and explain what this is to the people. And then we said we need to be organizing a lot of rallies in every province. There will be a rally for a constitution. So Everjoice says, right, Wakomana, let me just tell you one thing, Satmaita, anything, before you do anything. Me, I don't do rallies. I don't do rallies. Me, I write conceptual frameworks. So, but EJ, we need you to open them in. No. Go to do your rallies. When you are back, we can evaluate the effectiveness of those rallies. So that was the first point of departure. I always remember that. So every time we wanted to do it, we would remind him, Everjoice can't come because she doesn't do rallies. That was the first moment. We knew how to work with EJ to unleash her power of creativity and leadership. And it was not dragging her to do a rally. It was not dragging her to do and open a large meeting where you have to shout at the top of your voice. But we knew what her leadership skills what her leadership influence looked like. So for those who knew her, you normally appropriately located her where you could do, where she knew she would do her best. So that was just a funny moment with the NCA. The second one, with the NCA, we then decided it's important to go and invite the government and participate in this exercise. So Everjoice, Morgan Changrai, Mike Oret, Paul Tembanyati, a number of big people went to see Edson Jobo. And the idea was to invite Edson Jobo as Minister of Justice to lead a constitutional discussion in the country. And Jobo, for those who know him, fairly arrogant, and he says, "Who are you?" And they said, "We are National Constitutional Assembly." Then he says, when I look at you, you are neither national nor an assembly. You are a group of people sitting under the tree. So we went and licked our wounds with Everjoice and others. That was around 98, 99. But that inspired us to work very hard. We said we will organize these rallies Everjoice did not want. And by 2000, the National Constitutional Assembly was not a group of people sitting under a tree. As Maspula Story said, it was groups of people sitting under every tree in Zimbabwe, discussing the national constitution, leading to the referendum. For the first time, the people of Zimbabwe won in that referendum. And that was a pivotal moment. You cannot talk about these moments of shaping the national conversation on the constitution without talking about Everjoice. You cannot talk about the rebirth of national initiatives to redesign the way we are governed without talking about Everjoice. But away from that, Everjoice was just a warm friend with compassion, with a sense of purpose and feeling. You would get a message on a Saturday morning to ask you about the most mundane thing. Have you gone home to see your mother? Which means, when did you last see your mother? You know, how many people in our friendships are holding each other accountable at that level? How many people are reminding each other not to be abusive in our relationships? That was Everjoice's message to all of us all the time. She was also a person who united people. I think for those who lived in Harare, when she used to have a house in Marlborough, Meborane, number 6 Warberry, was a meeting point for people in Harare. You would just be invited there and there would be dishes with drinks. And that's where most of the people met each other at that house. Even when she went Westgate, it was the same. It was the people's house. She had a way to connect people in a way you had never seen. And half of my friends, I would have met them there. I knew almost every one of her friends. I've never met Fungwa, but every day I spoke to Everjoice, it was Fungwa would come. Rumbi, you know, I'm meeting some of these colleagues here. The good thing is that I had an opportunity to meet Everjoice last week on Monday, when Teresa told me that she was now in hospital and had just come back from where I'd gone. And I went to see her in hospital. We spent 45 minutes together. I was on the bedside. And at the end of the meeting, I was going home, and then she started bossing me around. You know, where are you going now? I said, I'm going home. Yeah, you need Paneva, you know, Colin and his wife. I ended up taking Colin and his wife to his to the house there. And Brian was complaining of the same thing, because when Brian Kagoro went to see Everjoice, he was also being bullied around, told what to do about who to drop where and so on. So we were joking on our other group with Teresa and said, can we, and she's on the group, can we please tell Everjoice not to try to organize us when she's on her bed? That was how ungovernable Everjoice was, because she was trying to tell us what to do, and Brian was told, you must drop 3 people. I was told I must drop Colin, and after that I must phone somebody else, and so on. And then one of the last conversations with me on Tuesday last week, she then sends me a message and said, look, apropos our conversation yesterday, can you look up the word toxic positivity in Google? I'm like, what? Toxic positivity. So I look for the word. And because the previous night, and Colin, you can testify, the previous night, You know, when you go to see somebody who is not feeling well, you are trying to strengthen them. That is your natural default. So you come, EJ, please eat and so on. And he says, no, look, guys, you must now accept reality. You, my friends, must move out of your self-denial that you are locked up in, because things are not going to change. And then she said, look, I can only lift my arms up to here, but I can't go any further. And so please accept where we are. I'm sure Fungoyo told the same thing. Accept where we are. I said, okay, EJ, I accept, but you are going to eat now. You know, and you are going to eat while I witness you eating. So it was always that struggle, you know. And then immediately we go into Liverpool. She was also a very big fan of Liverpool. And so whenever you travel, she tells you, bring this jersey. And she sends a picture. You know, bring this jersey. You know, Sipo didn't buy bought hats, I bought jerseys. I don't even know when she wore them, but she was always after demanding certain things. And that was a way of strengthening the bond of relationship between ourselves and ourselves. Every time you knew when you go to see her, even on the very last days, she was alive. And she was telling me, you and your friends no longer continue to live in denial of where we face. Please look this word, toxic positivity. And then after that, I looked for it. I told her what it means, and we agreed. Her last message to me, which I just want to read, which was now, I think, on Tuesday afternoon. I just said, how did you sleep? And she says, my friend, I just want to tell you that I appreciate you. And I appreciate you, I love you. And then she put little emojis. That was my last conversation. So I think to us who remain behind, we have a challenge. Joshua 1 verse 9 says, is this not the command I've told you? To be strong and courageous, to not look to the west or to the east, but to keep on moving. I think for all of us, the challenge is how do we keep on moving, embodying all the things that we have learned about Everjoice, leading without titles. We didn't need to give her a title for her to lead. She was a leader of influence. She knew when to lead, she knew when to follow. She also knew when to accompany. She knew when to keep quiet and remove herself from things that was not deserving of her. That is the challenge for us. Can we move with this kind of selfless spirit to check in with each other, not about work, but about whether we've talked to your mom, whether you are running a relationship that is not abusive, and whether we can love each other genuinely in an authentic way as she did. I think that's the challenge to us. And I will always remember you, Everjoice, for standing with all of us when we needed you to stand. And in your role as Vatete, which we didn't appoint you to, which you self-appointed yourself to. And we appreciated that. Please look over us and inspire us even as you sleep in your resting place. Thank you.
I didn't know you were a pastor too. Maybe I'll call you for the closing prayer. I will. This is very interesting, very interesting. I told you I was given a list of names, and I've come to the end of that list. I still have one name. Let me give her an opportunity to say something, then I'll tell you the rest after she has said something. My sister Anne.
Probably this is the most difficult thing I've ever done. In the 20 years I journeyed and was accompanied by Everjoice Win, popularly known by most of you as EJ. My name is Enich Pembere. It's difficult because she asked me, when the time comes, I have to stand in the gap or the space and share her journey, which most of you would not know about, but she has peacefully come to. And I want to share it with the narrative she held that journey. With dignity, with strength, with love, and the amazing way, even as she walked it, she thought about everyone else. I think for some of you, the message was even a shock to know that she was unwell. And I think if I actually tell you that she was unwell for 7 years, it would be even more of a shock. And I'm saying this because it shows her strength and her generosity and the dignity she walked the journey with. So I think, let me say something nice. I'm very grounded. And for many years, she tried, like everyone else, to say, my Nini is like young sister. You know, at least do your nails, right? So in the last 2 years, she was very happy because after 18 years of trying, I started doing my nails. And in January, after 20 years, she's like, at least get your ears pierced. Huh? I know you're natural, team natural, your locks, everything, but at least get your ears pierced. Right? And I think today she won the victory of, Annie, you have to wear a hat. So I had to wear a hat, find a hat, beautify it. And the last thing which you'll find on the back page, it's not NARS lipstick, but at least there's some lipstick that I put in her honor, right? So I'm not going to go into the details, but I just want to share in summary the journey of the 7 years so that some of you, we grieve differently and we find closure differently. And for some people, when that question remains, it's a struggle. We were, most of us, privileged to see parts of that journey. In the family, those who could, all the way. So she said, when the time comes, I also want people to be supported. She was even thinking about all of us when she's gone. I want people to be supported to understand so that they don't remain with that thing that, but what happened? And you don't find that closure. So if you look at the eulogy, we talk about a professional life, up to 2022. But her struggles with her health actually started in 2019. 2019 to 2020, what we used to joke about, say, we were in the forest. She went to so many specialists trying to diagnose what was wrong. For 2 years, they could not really diagnose what was wrong. And there will be a reading. We got Dr. Kim? Yes. So there will be a message from the doctor who then journeyed with her, right? From 2021. She finally nailed it. Dr. Kim, this woman, okay, it's lupus and some other things, right? So December 2021, or thereabouts, October, it was in 2021, there were complications that came with that health, which really the main area of her illness was around her lungs, right? And her bronchial area. So I would say from 2021, 2022, it was trying to fix surgically, the complications that came with that. Until it came to a point that, for some of you may not know, but we have this bone here. Imagine from 2022 up to her resting place, she actually didn't have it. So for 5 years, she was like, and it doesn't matter. They told me you can exist without it, right? And I was like, if you are taking it, we can exist without it. It's okay, let's go, So in her stride, any new thing, as Sisrumbi put it, she would find humor, she would find a way of making sure that you are helped to be able to help her, right? So all I want to say is, because of that, when you do operations and you start doing things to our bodies, it's the gateway it became the gateway for various infections. So most of you would hear, or some of you would hear, she's in hospital, she's out. She's in hospital, she's out, right? And that was because, you fight the infection, it comes back. You fight the infection, it comes back. And there was a time that she actually had to have some screen grafting, to cover. And the wound took so long. I think it took about 18 months for it to heal. And eventually, that was, her healing period was 2023 of that wound. So eventually last year, because that's why I just mentioned the lupus. And what I loved about her, she would take the time to deeply research everything, then really explain it in a way that we all understood the journey she was on. Okay, I've done this research. Read this part, this part, this part. This is what's happening now. So the muscle, weakness is the one that's causing this, right? Because she was caring in that way. And I'll explain why I'm also sharing this journey. Because most people did not see all this. But what they saw was the public EJ posting. If you go on her Twitter, her Facebook, all these 7 years she was present, shaping narratives, encouraging people. And for those who were doing convenings, gatherings, for those who needed, wisdom, insights, professional support, you had Arthur, the Secretary General for ActionAid International, talking about his journey to get that very, very big job covering, I don't know now, 49 countries. She was there. So that's what was happening in her doing that and continuing with her work right up to the last day. And yet, we have this 7-year journey of her also going through this illness with dignity. So end of last year, that's when, her lungs were really, really struggling. And in the last 2 months, she had to then be on oxygen. But the amazing thing about her, and I said, if only I could have, and I wish that for everybody, the amount of strength, foresight that she had, she was the one who was strengthening everyone. Right now, this is what needs to happen. Okay, what's happening right now? She passed on Sunday, early morning. On Friday, we were running through things with her, right? So you had said you wanted this, exactly this, everything is written down, including the hats and the purple color and what needs to happen. And all my friends and everybody, my family who wants to speak should speak. So right now, that's why you saw a series of events to send her off, because we want to honor her wishes, because she held space for all of us in many different ways, in the family, in civil society, in the country, globally. And as we send her off, we have to stand in that space for her, her children, and the people that she really, really fought for and worked for, right? So In closing, I would just say, if there's anything you learned from her, pay it forward. Don't keep it to yourself. There is a process of how we will, memorialize the legacy and the other things that she was doing. But even if you do not become part of those processes, I would say what she really wanted was for people to know she's at peace, she's okay. Read that quote at the back and pay forward what she planted in you and in others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my sister. On our program, there was a video that we had skipped. Whilst that is playing, there's a statement that she said that Sis Chiki wanted anybody who has something in his heart, who was not on this list that I was talking about, and you have something to say. Because of time, I'm only going to give time to only 5 people. So please, as soon as the video goes through, please just come to me, grab the mic from me, and I will give you the podium. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Woman, won't you find your voice? Oh, woman, won't you find your soul? Woman, won't you find your voice? Oh, woman, won't you find your soul?
When did I know that I was a feminist? That's a bit of a tricky question because, and I get it very often from younger women. And the simple answer to that, it's not a eureka moment. It's not one of those things where you say, on this particular day, at this particular moment, while I was reading this particular book. It's been a journey. I am still on a journey. I'm still on a quest to discover not only myself, but to discover also other women, to discover other struggles, to define things in every space that I am in. So I can't think of a specific moment. It's various things where I have grown, where I have learned, where I have been exposed to literature, film, ways of organizing, ways of working with other women, understanding certain issues that I didn't understand before. So it's really been a journey, I would say, starting from perhaps the time I started working formally in a women's organization. That was back in 1989. So if you want a date, there is a date. In 1989, when I started working with the Women's Action Group, which is a women's organization here. And so I would say from that moment on, a whole series of those things that I've been talking about then started happening. And you still continue to define and redefine your feminism, I think. What does African feminism mean to me? African feminism means a movement. It means individuals. It means the collectives, the groups of women who have come together to redefine what it is to be a woman, what it is to have rights. African feminism for me, it's about all of those struggles that women have every single day in every part of the continent and or in the diaspora, about our rights, about reclaiming our space, about insisting that we be treated as equal citizens, as equal human beings. But more importantly, it's about all of those issues that each and every one of us cares about. So whether you're rural, whether you're urban, whether you're young, whether you're old, African feminism is that movement. And by movement, I don't mean an NGO, I don't mean an organization, I mean all of those struggles, wherever they take place, at an individual level, at a collective level. That's what African feminism has meant for me. How have feminists contributed to transforming the African continent? As I said, having started working formally in the women's movement back in '89, and even when I look at where we are now in 2016, in 30 short years, the phenomenal gains that we have made as women, both formally in terms of laws, policies that we have helped to craft, that we have crafted and given to our governments, to our intergovernmental institutions on the continent, to the informal stuff that has happened in terms of changing people's mindsets, changing attitudes, changing values, changing norms. I think for me, those are some of the things that very often we don't count. We tend to lose sight of. So when people say, what have you really contributed? What have you really changed? They will be looking for the more formal things, the things that you can read about, or the things that are on a piece of paper. But for me, the biggest gains really have been the ways in which, as African feminists, we have, I would say to a large extent, really put the issues of women's rights on the agenda. Not only of policy agendas, but on the agendas of ordinary women and men on the streets, and started the dialogue, started the conversations, getting women to be aware of who they are, what is their place in the world, what are the rights that they have, helping women to discover themselves, helping women to form movements. I think for me, those are some of the huge gains that we've had. I won't talk about the legislative changes, the policy changes that we've seen from laws on violence against women, domestic violence, sexual violence, the recognition of women in politics, women in decision-making, those kinds of things. I think those are easy to count. I think the more important for me is looking at those ways in which we have shifted conversations, we have shifted mindsets, and continue to do so every single day in every single country. What do I see for the future? I want to go back to where I ended talking about what have been the gains, because for every single gain that we've made, there has been a pushback. So sometimes this is why it's so difficult to count the gains, to look at the changes that have happened and really celebrate them, because for each and every one of them, there has been pushback. So it's a continuous struggle every day. That's why we have feminist movements. That's why we have feminist groups. That's why we have women's organizations. That's why we have international NGOs where some of us work, who are also beginning to take up that agenda in support of women's movements. So the way forward for me is continuing not only to fight for new rights, to claim, to define new rights where these don't exist, to defending the gains that we have made. And for me, as someone who's been in the movement for quite some time now, I will say part of the challenge that I see is more and more and more about defending the space, defending the gains, because we are under a lot of relentless pressure, not only to apologize for where we've gotten to as women. You've seen the rising discourse in the inclusion of men, which is taking away focus from women and girls. You have seen the rise of cultural conservatism. We've seen the rise of religious fundamentalism, and in this continent particularly, I want to name Christian fundamentalism as one of those key things that we are having to confront each and every day, which is depleting our movement of necessary resources, but also of necessary leadership, feminist leadership. And that's something that concerns me quite a great deal, because it is rolling back those gains that we thought we had won and questioning those and blaming the advancement of women for some of the social ills that we see in many of our countries. So for me, it's about defending the space, it's about defending the gains, and then fighting for new rights, particularly for younger women, sexual rights for women. I think that's a critical issue. We have not even begun to make a dent in terms of that conversation. What are our sexual rights in all of our diverse sexual orientations on this continent? I think that's an issue that as the feminist movement, we need to push and push really hard. Pushing for choice that women should have, particularly young women as well. So those for me are some of the issues that we need to really put front and center of our struggles as we move forward. African feminist ancestors of feminists. I come from that school of thought that yes, there are individual women who've done well, who've been great leaders, who've changed our minds. These can be writers, these are, artists, media people. And that, I think, is important. Leaders of our movements, of our various groups at certain levels. I think all of those are important. But where I come from and what I want to celebrate are the women who have organized in collectives. Because for me, this struggle is much bigger than any of us as individuals. And I think very often we tend to forget that, yes, those individual women did make a difference. So I'm not going to give a shout out to any particular individuals. Instead, I will give a big shout out to those of us who have worked in women's groups, large and small, women's movements in whatever shape and form they are, feminist groups in whatever form and shape they are, because for me, it's the collective, it's the power that we have together that is going to make us shift the big power struggles that we have in many, many of our lives. So for me, I celebrate the collective, I celebrate the movements, and so a big shout out to all feminist movements.
And woman, find your soul.
That was Sis Chiki for you. There's an instruction, a very big instruction, that is written in black and white, in bold letters. Straight from EJ left us an instruction to create space for anyone who wants to speak. So, again, as I said, if there's anybody who has something to say, if you miss this opportunity, here, you have to follow her body to Zimbabwe. I'm giving you an opportunity to come forward in your language that you understand best, not in Portuguese, so don't worry.
Thank you very much, and to the family of EJ, a close family, Nematambudziko. We spoke at the time of the loss of Chenjerai Hove. My name is Eleanor Sisulu. I'm a writer and activist like EJ. And she wrote a letter to Chenjerai, a very long letter after he passed away. And I was reading this letter in these past few days. And that letter is very much my relationship with EJ, because she said we didn't know each other's families. We hardly met. We never visited each other's homes, but we were friends. And we had a meeting of minds. And it was a very beautiful letter that she wrote. And I think that thinking of my relationship with EJ, that was the kind of relationship where it was really about what we believed in and the struggles that we fought. I first learned of EJ by reputation. I was part of, I'm very old, I'm older than most of EJ's friends, so she looked at me, to me as a big sister. So in 1983, as many of you know, or the older ones know, the Zimbabwe government, in its infinite wisdom, decided to round up women on the streets of the major cities of Harare, declaring them prostitutes and taking them to some field in some corner. And so a group of women mobilized, and we formed the Women's Action Group in 1983. And we worked to stop these raids, and then we continued afterwards to have feminist collective action to fight for women's rights in Zimbabwe. And it came to the point where we decided that we need to have a permanent staff. It was just a group of activists campaigning. And Peggy Watson called me very excited, and she said to me, you know, we have the most brilliant young woman, absolutely brilliant. And she was really, really excited. And when I think of it now, I mean, EJ must have been just 20 years old, because this was around, yeah, 1988, 89. And so, or maybe even earlier. And it really, and then I met EJ and realized, I said, yes, I mean, this is, in fact, I think we must get the chronology right. It must have been earlier because I was still in Zimbabwe at the time. And I said that we must, I mean, start a magazine, and she was such a brilliant writer. And so that's where our relationship started. And I'm very proud to see how at least I was connected with her first professional assignment. And she just rose and became this great, great tree that we are also proud of and under whose shade we have sheltered. And one of the things about EJ was that she was extremely courageous. She said what she needed to say. She didn't worry about, am I still going to have my job? And I've wept for, when I heard the news, it was not just about EJ I wept for. I wept for the country of my birth, this country that has been the country of where I live, and the country of my family, and also for the continent. I really weep because EJ is the kind of leader that our countries should be led by. And if we had leaders, if EJ, if ours was a normal country, she would have been in the leadership of the country. She would have been the president easily. And it's a tragedy for our country that instead of that, we're all living this strange kind of existence where we are not having a funeral in our country with all the people that are close to her. And I think I really urge you to, the letter that she wrote to Chenjerai, saying that I hear you in self-imposed exile. What is self-imposed exile? Can you impose exile on yourself? And the case with many Zimbabweans that are in some form of exile or another. And so I just say to EJ, and I will try to write my letter to you, to say I felt silenced in the past few years. I felt really silenced by depression, I think, and been fighting a long battle with depression. And I think that EJ has really, thinking about her and her courage and her caring, I think that I need, and I think Deprosa's message, that we need to do what she would do. And there's a campaign I've been thinking of, and Depro spoke about her bullying people and telling them what to do. And I'm going to take that. I've started, some of you, I've been bullying you about this campaign, Depros knows. And I'm going to continue, because I think in memory of EJ, I need to get back to the activism that I had allowed to lapse in the past few years and really, really bully you all to do something, because we're living in a dangerous time in the world. We are, and this is where I'm, you know, EJ and I would talk about Christian Zionism and rant about history and the fact that people are not studying history. And our young people don't know what history is, and they don't know what fascism is. And if you study Germany in the 1930s, that is where we are in the world. We're facing the most dangerous existential crisis to humanity. And we are on the brink, I hate to say it, of a third world war. And we need to say, as Pastor Nimole said, first they came for the Jews and I did nothing. And then they went for the trade unions and I did nothing. And so on and so on. And so we are in that kind of moment. And for me, if there's anything I can get from the passing of EJ, is to continue with courage and not be afraid. I just hope I can, because I'm not of the generation that manages these things very well, but I want to try to just get the last, because it's a very long letter, and I want to get the last paragraph of this letter that she wrote, because I think it expresses very much what I and some of you may feel about her. I'm just looking for it quickly. And there are so many messages that I can't find it now. And while I'm looking for it, I'll say EJ was very, as much as she was an activist and she was very busy with a lot of things, she had that personal care. And she always wrote to me on my birthday. And I feel ashamed when I look back and think that I mean, my regret is that I missed her 60th birthday. She would write and send these beautiful pictures of flowers. So that's why I'm here with a hat. I never wear hats, but for today, I've looked for this big pink hat that I could wear in her memory. And so I just want to say the last things that she writes. This is EJ Tuchenjerai Hove. In our last conversation, we spoke about me writing a book. You asked me to come to Norway so you could we could write my long overdue novel. And I regret that she didn't write a novel because it would have been brilliant. You said you would ghostwrite it for me. I will take you up on that. I will just not be coming to Norway because you are not there anymore. I will come and see you where they have laid your body in our home, Zimbabwe. We will continue our conversations near Chikaranga. You, my now favorite ghosts, can write that novel for me. See you soon, Musaigwa Ziva Guru. I miss you a lot already. EJ, I miss you a lot already. My time.
Okay, so in respect to time, can we try now and summarize some of our conversations? And then in between the speakers, we're going to try and shoot two birds with one stone. I'll ask Colin and Carol to come and sit in the front row. In between speakers, you'll be reading messages that you've been receiving as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the family, to EJ's brothers, sisters, aunties, Andile. I know Lorraine is possibly on her way, innocent. My name is Barbara. I had the privilege of actually being recruited by EJ into ActionAid. It was a pseudo recruitment. It was like a takeover recruitment because at that time EJ was still in Harare and ActionAid was transitioning to Johannesburg. And ActionAid they wanted, it was a gathering for all the international women departments in the country that existed. There was going to be a convening before there was an office, an actual presence here. And true to EJ's networking, she asked someone within the NGO space, she's looking for somebody, et cetera, who can be presence on ground to help just make sure itinerary is planned, people are fetched at the airport, because she would also be flying in. So I got a call from, I'm Ugandan, I got a call from a Ugandan friend who is a head of an NGO at that time, and he said, listen, there's a friend of mine who's looking for somebody who can do some work, who can help organize. And so I got a call and was given an address at Melville. Melville, it was we used to call them bed and breakfast at that time. So I met EJ, it was a breakfast time, it was early morning. She had her crumpets and cream and tea and honey. And we met, it was actually having breakfast. She was in her bed, and she said, listen, this is who I am. I got your name from friend, and so she told me what it was and asked me if I could. And at that time, I'd been here for 3 years. That was for a couple of years, about 3 years, and I had not found work yet. And I eagerly said I would be willing. And so I started the ActionAid journey, and I was her hands and feet for the Women's Rights Department. And I thought it was a usual NGO kind of person, organizing a meeting. I didn't realize that the whole world of women's rights was going to land into Johannesburg. And that was my first introduction into what the big NGO space looked like. And long story short, she had to, after she wanted to recruit me, because it really wasn't a recruitment, it was almost like um, just a service provider helping, but she wanted to recruit me because she said she was looking for someone who spoke proper English. And so, and so the UVET, what do you call it? The UVET, use it as the whole aspect of being able to speak proper English. And I thought it was a joke, but then the more I got to know EJ, the more I realized that you have to pronunciation, punctuation, and the like. So we went through the recruitment. There was a bit of, EJ. She insisted that this is who she wanted. In the end, ActionAid got me another position, but I got introduced to the civic space, women's rights, because of EJ. And like I said, I didn't realize that not only was EJ African, she was not just African. I mean, this was an international a meeting, but she literally, everybody knew EJ. The ladies in Asia, she was first, everybody, she was on first name terms, people in South America. And I was introduced to this amazing, phenomenal work that she did. And so right at the beginning, when ActionAid was writing strategy, she called it women rights. And this was my introduction. EJ made space for someone like me who had no clue about this world. I had a different background, and EJ not just made space, trained me, gave us opportunity. We were part of the strategic writing. And so the Southern African Partnership Program that was formed by then, the SAP, which was ActionAid in Southern Africa, was then put together, and our leader, Caroline Sunday, and I think Wole is sitting here. Wole was our policy advisor. We worked hand in hand with EJ. It was such a time to create from nothing. Almost we felt like we were creating things. And when Mr. Laroque does say that she is the reason why ActionAid thinks the way it does, its approach on women's rights it's not just an advocacy one. It is one that says women will be at the table. And true to what EJ was, just heard her saying, it was EJ's mantra in life that the people that we serve, the people for whom this work is, are the everyday man and woman, the woman on the street, whose agenda needs to be heard, who's the voice of the voiceless. And I stand here, I thought I should come speak because I'm also part of the bigger African movement. I'm Ugandan, and I know that I stand here representing the lots of African feminist movements, organizations who EJ has touched. Our organization was privileged through our CEO, Jackie Asimo, was able to do that podcast that most of you will be listening to. Had the opportunity to do that in September last year, and we celebrate EJ. EJ was not just phenomenal, she was, for me, very grounded, like I said. I got to know EJ home, sharing beans and maize at home, being able to pick her, take her to buy stuff. We used to drive home from ActionAid every day when she was still staying at Hyde Park. Andile, the pride that your mother had in you when you were still at St. Andrews was just phenomenal. And I'm here to really testify that she was the kind of person who touched you from your roots, from home. She knew who your parents were, she knew what you were about. And she said that she would, if she was to choose another country apart from Zimbabwe where to live, she would live any time in Uganda. She said it was her second home. I suppose most of you would say that as well. But I'm here to really echo what is written here, where she says there's enough room in the sky for all birds to fly without colliding. This is her approach about how we women and how the women movement need to give space and make room and allow everybody at the table. And I really do want to celebrate her on behalf of the African organizations that would be here if they can, and all the women that she touched, and really giving just a celebration for the kind of woman that she was. May her soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Colin and Carol. Do we have another speaker? After Colin and Carol, please just come and sit here in front.
Thank you for the opportunity to be able to share some of the wonderful messages from all the people that felt so much emotions about what has happened to our beloved Sis Chiki, and they could not be here. The first message is from Lina Abu Habib in Beirut, Lebanon. What sad, sad news. Rest in power, Everjoice J. Win. Here is one of the messages you sent me when the war was raging in my part of the world. My dear sister, I am sending you this message to say, I stand with you. I stand with all whose rights are violated daily in front of our helpless eyes. Please stay safe. I am not even sure what that means really in this context. Lots of love and big hugs. The second one is from her fellow co-founder of JASS, Valerie Miller in the United States. Founder, longtime friend, supporter, board member, advisor, contributor, and cheerleader of JASS, a political and ideological engine for JASS as a thinker, writer, strategist, and organizer. JASS was a political home for her, our trendsetter with up-to-date information on where to get what, from lipstick to hats, to jeans to throws, a lover of fine things, fun, and cross-border trading. She was loved by all at JASS and made the path by walking with others. Sharon JASSED. And then, dear EJ, your spirit, wisdom, and energy will keep us inspired. Your courage and irreverence will keep us on our toes. But damn it, why did you have to leave us so soon? Ever onward, love, Valerie.
Thank you, guys. The hardest thing as a black child is your own mother's name. It's very hard to call her Everjoice. Okay, so this one says, Dear Mawarre family, I was deeply saddened to hear about the loss of our beloved friend, Everjoice. One of the most remarkable women I have had the privilege to work with. Please accept my heartfelt condolences during this incredibly difficult time. I can't begin to imagine the pain you must be feeling, but please know that my thoughts are with you and your family. During the time I spent working with Everjoice at Action Aid and in various African meetings, I had the honor of learning from her wisdom, leadership, and unwavering commitment to women's rights. Her voice was not only a beacon of clarity and inspiration, but also a powerful tool for change. She taught me that leadership is not just about action, but about listening, educating, and empowering others. Her lessons on resilience, integrity, and the importance of standing up for what's right will continue to resonate with me for years to come. May you find comfort and peace as you navigate through this difficult period. Please don't hesitate to reach out if there's anything I can do to support you during this time. With deepest sympathy, Abubakar Felipe Covela from Mozambique.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. Okay. You want to see me closely? Okay, greetings, everyone. This afternoon, I just want to pay tribute to my dearest sister, but I'm not going to talk too much. I think for those who are always feminist with me, they will get a bit worried when I stand here because they know that it's going to be another long sermon, yeah? Comrade Pumi, yes, I can see you're saying 2 minutes, and you are the one who actually was persuading me to come up. So, thank you. My name is Janet Munakamwe, and as I've learned from my sister Everjoice, I don't subscribe to titles. I don't any isms on board. So, heartbroken, I didn't know how to respond. Why I didn't know how to respond is because I had a date with Sis Everjoice. It's unfortunate that I think, Comrade Pumi, the time you organized that panel, it was just before the COVID, right? lockdown. And my young one there, whom I was also trying to encourage to come up, Kitumets, one of our youngest feminist, vibrant feminists, encouraged me. She's the one who actually pushed me to say I have to join that panel as well. And just like how my brother, somebody said, why do you always love name dropping? Depros, as much as we're excited about sharing the same podium with Usis EJ, I was also excited and I was like, oh, today I'm with one of the most, famous feminists. It's not so easy. Of course, our age difference is a bit, not too much, but I can say I was just following her footsteps. The work as I was growing up there in Zimbabwe, working around trade union issues, workers' rights, women's rights, I used to admire when I come across her writings, of course, and the work they've been doing in the Women Action Group. And when I had that chance to say, oh, I'm sharing a panel with Sis EJ, I was like, oh, God. Unfortunately, by then, I think I was not so very good at tweeting and so forth. I should have done the same. But all I can say is that this was a phenomenal woman. I can't say much at this hour because I think lots have been said, brilliant, good things about her. But what I want to share with you is that as I was sitting right there with my Queen Constance, she doesn't want me to perhaps say much. So I was like, you see, everything that they are saying about Sis Everjoice, it's just like resonating with me. That bullying, Depros. You might find us like we are short like this. But bullying, positive, that's positive bullying. Positive toxicity that we were talking about. Where people feel like sometimes, oh, I'm being a bully simply because I'm like, guys, let's have this happen. We can do it. Not because we want to push, like people feel like you're being pushy. So for me, this really resonates with our sister EJ. And on that note, I would really want to encourage all of us to pick up, stitch together. And Sis Eleanor, definitely, I'm going to join you. I was ask you if that was another shade of purple. But at least you did your disclaimer earlier that you had to look for a pink one. So I didn't feel bad standing here without the so much envisaged and, color. You know why? When I saw purple, I was like, okay, in our feministing spaces, we've been talking about, we have to claim back our queenship. Huh? Royal. Those who were planning with Sis EJ, did you ask her why she wanted the purple color? Was it always everyday favorite color? Do you see? You see, queens, we don't need to be declared. We don't need anyone to come and tell us. But for me, she's one of the African queens. Perhaps we'll need a very intentional lecture around some of the work that we have been doing. I can see my comrade Kwesi's around feminism and the issues of queens, where they come from. So please, for me, you might feel like somebody spoke, I think Sister Eleanor, around the issue of perhaps she should be one of the leaders, political leaders, right? But for me, queens are always there to actually push from the back to advise, which is why she was like, no, I love concept writing and I don't want to be there addressing the rallies. So for me, I'm really super glad and super grateful to have this opportunity to come and just say something. To say to me, but where have you been hiding all along? We need to talk. We need to sit down and talk. And so for me, I salute you, my queen, sister. Yes, yeah. Thank you very much. I know it's not a good moment, but as she has encouraged us, she doesn't want us to feel like, yeah, oh, 2 minutes, 1 minute. Thank you. Thanks so much, comrades. Queens and kings.
Thank you. So I'm just going to read 2 stanzas from EJ's message on her birthday. I'm a proper senior citizen. Don't forget it. I will now expect you to kneel when you speak to me, or give everything I am entitled to sit everywhere, and the best food, of course. And I'll read the last part, which is also at the back of that bulletin. My biggest life lesson: no matter what life throws at you, never stop. 3-step care of your face, wash, tone, moisture. Women, men, and everyone in between. Life is the best tackle. Life is best tackled with a clean face and a bit of nails, lipstick. Nas. But I can read the word lipstick, okay? Be sure always to wear comfortable clothing, including shoes. I didn't get that part.
Thank you very much. I stood up to highlight, to acknowledge Sister Everjoice on 2 things. First one is that she instilled consciousness in me at a very young age through a column in Parade. I remember I used to write it and really enjoyed reading it. And after I left school, as a young woman, trying to find fit for myself to be active in the Zimbabwean crisis, the democratic space that was closing, and also the effects of ASAP. Unfortunately, though I had been taken to feminism, I also went to a girls' school. But at that time, where I went to the feminist organizations, there was always anger against men and saying men, they don't do housework, they don't do this. So I failed to relate with it because growing up, my dad used to do housework and so forth. And I then found myself being persuaded, and now I'm a socialist, to socialist politics. Having met Edwin Murambiwa, he explained what was happening, the effects of the neoliberal policies of ASAP. So I then joined the International Socialist Organization, and I'm still a member of that organization. But with Sisi Everjoice, mentioning that you are a socialist at that time, you'll be dismissed or be highlighted and say, no, these are Gwisai's people. But dealing with Sis Everjoy should acknowledge me and say, it's good as a young woman you have chosen this path. You have chosen to fight against capitalism. You have chosen to fight for the rights of the workers. She didn't discourage me or attack me for that. And fast forward, I met her in 2018 and we exchanged our details. And now I'm based here. Unfortunately, you know, I'm no longer young, but I'm still an active. So I started attending the left spaces, the left meetings. But what I then found is lots of sexism, lots of bullying by men and so forth. So I then remembered Sisi Everjoice and got in touch with her, wanting, I was actually contemplating to become a feminist and do away with the identity of being a socialist. But she said, no, you have been a socialist now for more than 20 years. Why do you want to do away with it when the capitalist system is in crisis? Keep on fighting. And she gave me ideas about doing that and said, keep on the fight, fighting against age, and also for accepting me as a socialist and encouraging me to continue being one.
Thank you so much, Sisi Everjoice. Okay, my name is Tafadzwa Choto. I'm currently based here in Joburg. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Carol and Colin. Maybe the last ones, and then so that we move on with our program. Let's just have another 2 or 3 messages, and then we move on to the next item on the agenda.
This one is from Pregs Governor in Cape Town, South Africa. Dearest EJ, I wanted the scarf to wrap you in softness against the illness ravaging your body. You sent back this photo of you wearing it last month. Last month, our WhatsApp birthday exchange ended with the dream of an Aquarian dance party and laughing emojis. And yesterday I wept. I listened to your podcasts and read a report you wrote titled Between Jesus, the Generals and the Invisibles, and your article on Robert Mugabe, From Liberator to Walking Dead. Appreciating again your sharp insights and your vision. My heart fills with joy when I see a young Black woman break out of her shell like a fledgling growing wings, flying up, up and away. You have given us so many gifts, beloved EJ. We will see you in the birds flying over us and sometimes for a fleeting moment amongst the flowers. This one is from Nguyen Phuong from Vietnam. Can't stop thinking of you. You taught me what the feminism is, and you were my mentor for women's rights work. This is the first photo we took together in 2015, and the last messages you texted me a month ago. Thank you for caring as always. Rest in power, my dear sister, Everjoice Win. Then Salima Valiani from Canada. Dearest EJ, your fierce feminism, your wisdom, laced with wit and subtle leadership, courage and internationalism are undying and will remain with us as inspiration. But the time has come for your bones and flesh to return to the soil, free you of the pain you endured. With the same courage with which you fought countless good fights. Thank you and rest in power and peace, big sis.
Our last message is from Dr. Kim, who was her doctor for the last few years that she has not been well. So it reads, Dear Mawarire family, I just wanted to send a note and see how you all are, as well as share my deepest condolences for your loss. Please share my email. I've always wanted to do that. Please share my email with your family if you feel appropriate. She was writing to one of mother's sisters. Your sister, mother, aunt, cousin was a very special person. Over the years, I came to know her so well and loved her nearly as much as you do. She was such a lady. She was given a massive cross to bear, which she didn't feel fair. She handled everything with such grace, a positive attitude, strength, perseverance. She never gave up. I was always impressed by her strengths. I always used to joke with her, telling her that she's my favorite patient. That part was never a joke. She really was my favorite. So she has to get better. Sometimes it's not about us. And Everjoice was called by.
At least for this Johannesburg farewell, to do a goodbye for those who are able and willing to view our sister for the last time. So we will.
Yes, so in a few minutes, we will be opening the casket for body viewing for those who can, please. I think if Regis, you're watching from Texas, you would remember the last conversation you had with EJ on Thursday, when her conditions escalated quickly. EJ accepted the position that she was in. She was at peace with it. And she was encouraging everybody and everyone that she was speaking to also accept and be at peace with the position. And I will quote an extract of that discussion that took place in my presence between Everjoice and Regis. She asked him the question, will you be attending my funeral? And I think Regis wasn't ready for that question. But that's Everjoice for you. She lived on her own terms, like I said, and please, let's accept that we are where we are and let's be at peace with it. So thank you very much. So can I invite the pallbearers from Lani to help us open the casket? Thank you. So I think for the viewing, if we could start with the front rows, you just view and you come back to your seats and then we'll proceed with the program. Thank you very much. Maybe just a bit of music from the back, that will help as well. Thank you.
Today I saw somebody who looked just like you. She walked like you do. I thought it was you. As she turned the corner, I called out your name. I felt so ashamed, but it wasn't you. Everything and everything is you. Oh, you are everything and everything is you. How can I forget when each face that I see brings back memories of being with you?
Thank you, everyone, for being here. I want to give a moment to Andile, who a man who needs very little introduction. Andile and his father Colin. But Andile will be speaking on behalf of all the children. Good. Ready, Baba?
Thank you. Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, as you guys know, that even in her current state, this rock star has a world tour that she has to go on. So without further ado, I'd like to, on behalf of everybody, get the show on the road. One thing that I get a lot, especially for possibly my age, they ask me, what was it like to have Everjoice win, the Everjoice win? Politics and the, you know, what was it like to have that brain, you know, with you 24/7, 365? And, you know, what a lot of people just don't know is the fact that really, she was just my mom. And her conversations with me, especially early on in my life, consisted mostly of, you know, as you talk to a baby, don't sit so close to the TV. Don't keep your top back on. You know, were topical, especially for young people, such as The Lion King and Hercules and A Toy Story and all the little things that little kids need, especially at that time. So I was very stimulated by that. One thing was for sure is that she definitely put me on to good books and proper reading. So Tales from Anansi and politically correct fairy tales. Heroines of the story did not get saved by a man, but they grew as strong women that they were meant to be, because it helped me to see things from her point of view. And is only these days that we talk about decentering, right? And it's something that I now understand and appreciate fully as an adult. In addition to that, she expanded my world. And being with her on her trips far and wide definitely was a highlight for me, because it meant quality time with her. And being with her after what seemed in a child's mind a lifetime between different times of her life, different times of my life rather. And so this brought us so close because we had all of these moments, good and bad, in those trips, on all these flights, all those planes and trains and automobiles. And, you know, the ways in which she made me realize that in every corner of the globe, people are people, right? And regardless of how people identify or who they normally vote for, everyone wants the ability to support themselves and their families, and to be able to afford enough energy and time to be able to show up for them. And that is exactly what she did. She always made a point of showing up for people in every which way she could. And it can't be said enough that she gave. She gave energy, she gave time, she gave resources. And most importantly, she gave love. It's not easy for her to discourage materialism in a little boy who wanted to be a part of and apart from the group. especially as the Be Like Mike generation came into the fore. What I'm talking about is there's this commercial on television in the 90s that said, "I want to be like Mike," as in like Michael Jordan, right? The sneaker explosion happened, and the explosion of hip hop from being an underground art form to being a mainstay of American culture, with the explosions and the money falling from the sky, and all of the girls in the back, and all of those things that my mother found absolutely deplorable. But as an impressionable young man who wanted to, I wanted to have the best and the brightest of everything. And so I realized, especially later on in my life, that you can have anything you want, but it can never be you. As I got older, I began to appreciate how uncommon our family was, and how unique she was in contrast to the expectations of the society which we come from. In recent years, I learned about her personal history and what inspired her to venture on the path that she chose. Though she grew up in a close-knit community with parents who were very well capable and ambitious in their own ways, the double income household to a man who had very fixed notions of man's work and women's work simply didn't compute. Not to mention, she was born into colonialism, so the ceiling for what black people could achieve was very low. I learned that just like me, she was once a young person who tried her best to toe the line, even when doing so meant surrendering dignity and enduring the cruelty of patriarchy, racism, religious fundamentalism, and police brutality. At some point, she couldn't help but express herself to anyone who would listen, and found like-minded people who shared that passion for justice, especially for women and girls. I remember her telling me that once she encountered a group of young women who asked her what they had to do in order to be as outwardly successful as she was. And she cautioned these young women by saying that long before activism became this 9 to 5 with benefits and travel ops, and most importantly, more than enough leverage over every man that you don't like, it was a struggle and especially a risk, similar to the Montgomery bus boycotts in the United States. And this was something that was happening during the time that she was a child. And there was a lot of friction during her childhood. And there were ups and downs and hard-won victories, which culminated in the independence of our country, and Bob Marley coming to serenade us with his world-famous Women in a dignified way. Loneliness epidemic, with young people expected to shoulder every burden on their own and embody a sense of rugged individualism at any cost. It is that sense of purpose and direction, steeped in love of community and a desire to make things right for all, not some, regardless of how marketers and politicians make selfishness seem natural. Another thing that others may not know is that I was also there for the times when she was not feeling at her best. And she was a human being who felt the sting of rejection deeply, and who longed to not be misunderstood as much as she was sometimes. When she was harshly judged by society for her work, her family life, or even her appearance, she didn't always shrug it off. She was a complex human being who in her own way was trying to recover the many things life had taken from her, including her closest friends and family over the years. Tore us apart because she knew her very best to accomplish. She taught us that it's not always what you accomplish, but what you overcome that shapes one's character. One can still win the fight with a well-timed move after being clobbered for most of it. She wasn't really an astrologist like some people, but she was an Aquarian, and so she embodied the flow of the tides of life, and somehow things shifted completely after the most devastating losses that she had ever endured. And as I get to the end of this, I'd like to conclude by saying that if there's one thing that she taught us from her closest relations to someone sitting at one of her seminars, is that the desired outcome of any movement is unity. Making the world a better place for women does not mean zero tolerance for everybody else. But something that recently came to mind was that, in her words, she would want us to not be unclear as to what the issue is and who it is that needs to be helped in any situation. As I ventured into my adulthood, which is another phase of our relationship, which tested things, especially in recent years, I moved to North America, and I chose to pursue my dream because I thought that in my own way, it would be my opportunity to reach up in the world and try to be the best that I could be. And when I told her that I wanted to be such thing as an actor, she told me that, first of all, I'm not nearly as engaging as Idris Elba. And Idris Elba went on to say in one of his speeches that there was more opportunity and diversity at Fort Dagenham than there ever was on London's West End. And through my years at different institutions, the University of Windsor, Concordia University, and other various seminars as it relates to the craft and the business of professional acting, I was in these different learning and working environments in which I learned that the mere presence of Black and Latino males especially is under scrutiny than everybody else. You have to be really mindful of the way you come across and the way you talk, because the slightest misunderstanding can result in an accusation that can alter the course of the rest of your life. So, as we know, there was a lot of frustration that came up, especially in the last 5 years, where especially young women were fed up, young people rather, were fed up with going along in order to get along. But in the midst of all of that, it was always our women who showed up for us and who showed a brave face and who always continue to support us the best way that we can. That adds to the notion that all movements for social justice stem from a place of love and a desire to see unity. I was still hoping, after all of that, to turn things around and for her to be there for the peak moments of my life, from getting that second degree to buying that first home, arguing about my choice of spouse, meeting my kids, and having her read all the incredible books she ever read to me. I'm grateful for the moments that we did have, and as hard as it is to go another day without her. And though I feel awful for all the things I did and said to break her heart, I hope that I can in some way bring the light to the world and share her message with any and everyone whose mission in life is to achieve fairness. I ask us all, as she would have it, to not be unclear and wishy-washy on our stance. But let us not be bitter or vengeful, but continue to lead with love and be gentle and persistent like water as it gradually weathers away the hardest stone, as Lao Tzu put it. And to connect the world one cocktail, or should I say one cocktail at a time. In the age of Aquarius, let us flow with balance, peace, and the fundamental abundance that the world has to offer, because there is enough for all of us, even when we can't see it. One of my from her is that the world in which we live is decided by those of us who participate. Now, that doesn't mean lowering the bar on performance or enabling those who simply cannot or choose not to. But it does mean that, you know, as Setifiso would put it, chango now, nyekero se yachinja. Iwe uri ku-TV uri teaching, chicha itika. Right? Iwe usingadi kuvota. Iwe usingadi kuverenga bhuku kana newspaper. Right? What I said in Shona briefly is that you'll find the whole world change, but then you'll just be stuck there, right? Like an ignorant little so-and-so thinking, what the hell just happened? Because you chose to act that way. My mother was never one for ignorance. And so hopefully, you know, this is me trying to distill some of that knowledge just to say, look, the whole point of us buying you books at Christmas and us trying to expose you have tenure in the world that has been built for us quite recently. For us to be 5 generations deep, hopefully, at some place such as St. John's College, which is not that far from where we are. And this begs the question, especially in the midst of what's going on, in so many questions, as she rightly put it, it feels like some progress has been rolled back. Because when we try to make the world a better place, naturally there will be those who benefit from the way things are. So we have to continue to ask those hard questions. For how much longer can we continue to live in an African country that is known as the racism capital of the world? For how much longer can we live in a world where we continue to throw sticks and rocks at people over how they choose to love? For how much longer can we allow corporate lobbying? How much longer can we live in a world where it's a given that we can't leave a girl child under 16 on her own overnight with male relatives? This seeming lunacy that we are involved in this world is something that we all know has to end, but there are reasons as to why things are the way they are. So we have to be strategic and apply the right methods to the right people. Sometimes we have to entreat people to a different way. Sometimes we have to lead by example. And sometimes we have to stand up and say, enough is enough. But at no point does that mean that we don't care. And at no point does that mean that we're doing this out of a place of spite. But as I have said over and over, it all comes from a place of love and unity. So with all of that being said, I appreciate each and every single one of you for being here. From our closest relations to our co-workers and everybody that she's met quite recently. There was no one in her life that she held close that she didn't think was more important, based on such things as what they have in their pocket, where they went to school, how they choose to present themselves, or how they choose to identify. If she cared about you, she was all in for you. And as for me, the person who was brought into this world by her, better for her, at some point, I just wanted to say,
all the aunties can feel proud. All the aunties can feel proud after hearing Andile. And all of us are really proud to be your aunties and to meet to remind you every day of how much EJ loved you. To continue to remind you every day of our lives how much young men like you, that even as feminist aunties, we understand also the burden that young black men carry. But we will not excuse, like you know, that counseling that is required to make this world a better place. Wonderful, Andile. Thank you so much for a beautiful tribute to a beautiful sister of ours. Everybody, the Mozambican left. And I do speak Portuguese. So he doesn't get a chance to my Portuguese because he left. And I'm just taking over for a few minutes to just say, bear with us. We want especially messages, phone call.
And media, social media platforms. I don't know how that came about. My other sister, Patience, she spoke about her love for TikTok. And she spoke about her love for TikTok. And Manjiki said she's not on TikTok. And Manjiki said she's not on TikTok. But then we said, why? And then she said, you know me on Twitter. She said, because she would engage each and every message, she would respond, so she would not sleep. So that's what she said. That's what she said. Sorry. And then I said, I love Twitter. I read my news on Twitter. That was the biggest mistake for me because then she said, do you read news? Because then she said, do you read news on Twitter only? I said, yeah, I read news on Twitter only. I said, yeah, I read summaries on Twitter. And said, summaries on Twitter. And said, but no, what's M23? Wait, you know? And then I said, no, I know M23. She was serving us food. She looked at me and she said, Diana, we need to go shopping. I said, why? She says, the way you are dressed, you know, about my nini. She was so generous. But anyway, let me go back to the task that I've been given. I thought I should just abuse the platform. Sorry, MC. I thought I should also say a few words. On behalf of Win, Fambisai, Dari, Mawarire family, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for being here today as we honor and celebrate the life of our beloved Everjoice Chiquita Win, aka EJ. In my case, Njiki. Your presence today, your love, your support during this time of loss mean more than words can express. Also, first, I would like to also extend our heartfelt thanks to the MC, my Sekuru in absentia, for guiding this memorial. Thank you so much, obrigado. That's what I wanted to say to him. To our family and friends who have traveled so far, your love and support have been a pillar of strength. Whether through kind words, come time of sorrow, you heard her work, you know, the impact she has done in the space of feminism. We also want to the venue, the decor, all the logistics, music, people have been working in the background. So thank you so much. Your generosity and kindness have made this farewell truly, truly meaningful. Most importantly, we give thanks for the life of Manjiki through our heartache with loss. We are grateful for the years we shared, the lessons learned, the laughter, and the laugh. Their memory will forever be a part of us. As we live today, may we carry forward the love and kindness of EJ that she showed, and may we find comfort in knowing that we are at peace. Once again, thank you all for being here. May you be blessed, and may EJ rest in eternal peace. Tinotenda zvikuru, siyabonga kakhulu. Enkosi, ngiyabulela, ngiyalibowa. Dankie, merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Diana, for such thanks to everyone. Yeah, so guys, thank you for being here. If you knew EJ, you were the closest to her. If you knew EJ, your stories with her, your moments with her were the best.
I think it took time for her to tell us who were relatives that she was not well. And you guys knew for a long time. I didn't know. My heart broke when she said, you need to come, your sister is not well. I said, what? Well, from where? Because I didn't know. But then, cut a long story short, you narrated everything. But for me, my story is very brief. Last week, I think it was little on Friday, when you called it to say, all is not well, and I was in Lusaka. And I said, let me go home, and went to see her. I said, sister, I'm here, I said, this time I'm not praying for you. Amen. Can you hear me? I said, I'm not praying for you this time. I want to ask you 3 basic questions, right? And we had to use signs and wonders because she was not feeling well now and her vocals were challenged. So I said, I will ask you 3 questions. Question number 1, if you agree with me, squeeze my hand. I said, EJ, do you believe in God? She almost crushed my hand. I said, second question, EJ, do you believe Jesus died for you on the cross? That was a double squeeze. I said, EJ, do you believe Jesus is now Lord over your life? There was a triple squeeze. I went home. I felt at peace. I slept. I went offline. 6:30, switched on my cell phone. The nurses called me, says, we tried to reach you after midnight. Your sister was now battling for her life. You need to come. All is not well. That's my message. EJ went to the Lord. We say in our own terms, there's a guy called Elijah. He went with a chariot of fire. So my sister went to the Lord in a chariot of fire in business class. Thanks to all those who stood with me in prayer, brothers and sisters, church mates, my pastors, that she was born again when she said farewell to us. In terms of thanking, let me start by saying I thank everyone because I might forget someone. Because when I say everyone, it's all inclusive. But specifically the work, Totangana Tete in our culture. Where is Tete? She's our father in our culture. From here, then I can state the elders, those who are over 60 as EJ, the dignitaries, work colleagues, friends, family, bedside friends. Guys like Rumbi who were by her side, every day and all the time. Family, online friends, medical staff. She also, like what he said, she had a special way with her helpers. I don't know what you call them. I don't call them caregivers, but helpers. The churches, the organizers of this function, and to you, and you, and everyone. And just to close, allow me to declare a blessing upon you. I will just read from Numbers, chapter 6, verse 23. To everyone and each one of you, those who are online, those who are offline, those who are on TikTok, those who are on YouTube, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. May the Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. God bless you. In terms of proceedings, you have said we'll go outside. There are nuggets for us to munch on as we go down memory lane. But otherwise, guys, I love you. We don't say that enough. A touch, a squeeze to show that we love each other. But that's Andy, well done. Very proud of you, sir. I was nervous after you spoke. Thank you. God bless you. Cheers. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Everyone who spoke today about EJ's truth, EJ's conviction, EJ's commitment to struggle to the type of world that many of us join her in, I hope that we carry that message in our hearts, in our minds, but mostly in our actions, right? I hope that before even we go to eat, some of us here will be accompanying EJ to home, her other home to Gweru. And if you would like to know some travel arrangements, please speak to Fungwa on some possibilities of tagging along in transport. And if you follow EJ on all the socials, you will also find a permanent page for memory that is likely to go up tonight. We will share it tonight across various socials. Please do write something on that, on the page. But also importantly, we have 2 books at the back that we hope as you are eating, you are also thinking about what message you would like to write there, that we hope to create something beautiful that stays in memory, that can belong to the world in a way in which honors our sister Everjoice. So thank you, everyone. I'd like to ask you all to stand, take a moment, whether you pray, you meditate, I don't know. As I ask our wonderful people to help us carry our sister out. Calvin. Thank you, everyone. We've kept you for the whole afternoon. Thank you. There is food for everyone in that white building. They've set up there. Please break bread with us. Break bread with. Thank you so much.
I say a prayer every night. Whatever I do, I'll get it right. With no regret, no guilt, no shame. This time, no, not this time. Once I surrender, I won't dare look back. 'Cause if I do, I'll get off track. Move ahead in faith and patiently await your answer. What will it be? Sight beyond what I see. You know what's best for me. Prepare my mind, prepare my heart for whatever comes. I'm gonna be ready, strength to pass any test. free to do what I wanted to. Lost everything, but I still had you. You showed me your grace. Now my life's renewed, and I thank you. Yes, I thank you. So I'll tell anyone who'll listen, I'll testify about how good you were to me when so